Okay, so hello everyone. We're continuing now with the second installment of my series on the Orphic creator god Protogonus-Phanes, whom you can see depicted here in the Modena relief, with the zodiac constellations all about him in egg formation, with the serpent time, Kronos, with a CH wrapped about him, with wings, and you can even see uh, animal heads sticking out of his torso, which are also zodiacal signs, namely Leo, uh, Aries, and Capricorn. Uh, but before we can get into the details of such anatomy in the late antique sources, we're going to be turning back to the Daveni Papyrus, which I treated in the last session. Now, you may recall that embedded in that papyrus text, we had an Orphic cosmogonic poem. We had the commentary of some unknown hierophantic exegete slash philosopher. And we also had in that commentary references to other Orphic texts that are lost. And we also had embedded within the cosmogony itself a kind of hymn to Zeus that described him as the kind of the beginning, the middle, and the end, and the source of all things in the context of his all inclusive pregnancy, which I argued did not involve the swallowing of the genitalia of the first king, Heaven, Uranos, but rather involved the swallowing of the whole of Protogonus-Phanes, who is named in the text as Protogonos, which should be treated as a theonym rather than merely an adjective meaning firstborn. And that I made mention of the fact that the text refers to the menos or might of Metis being swallowed. And as we're going to see later on, Metis, that divinity, who we may know from Hesiod's account, um, as the being whom Zeus swallowed before he became cephalically pregnant with Athena, that is, birthed her from his forehead. That being Metis in the Orphic context, I think, should be seen more as the kind of female half of the hermaphroditic, all encompassing god Protogonus-Phanes, whom Zeus swallows. But in that context, I want to turn now to the other sources that we have that have survived that provide us with that Orphic hymn to Zeus that portrays him as a kind of all encompassing creator god after he has ingested Protogonus-Phanes, who is kind of the totality of all things that exist. Okay, so the first recension of the hymn that we have outside of the Daveni Papyrus comes to us from or through an Aristotelian text that's often titled in Latin De Mundo, or on the world or the universe. I think it's Perikosmou in Greek. So embedded within that text is this hymn that is clearly the same Orphic hymn that we encounter in the Daveni Papyrus and indeed elsewhere. So here's the live translation of the text I've got here. So Zeus was generated or birthed first, and Zeus, who is the leader of the lightning, is also the last. So he's the first and the last. We might recall, like Isaiah describes the Godhead in a similar way as the last and the first. Quite a common turn of phrase in theology. So Zeus was birthed first, and Zeus, the leader of the lightning, so to speak, is also the last. He is the head, he is the middle, and from him, out of him even, all things were crafted. Tetuktai is related to telkor, which is a common verb for like artisanal or demiurgic creation. But in this case, it's in like the passive voice. So all things are like constructed out of him. Now, it's interesting to note that I would argue in the Orphic tradition, the language of birthing, i.e., biological procreation, and the language of like artisanal creation, which is the use of the nous, right, of the mind, of the intellect, and to some extent the hands in some cases, to craft objects through deliberation. These two processes are kind of conflated because, as we saw in the commentary on the Daveni cosmogony, the anonymous commentator sees Zeus as the supreme mind, the nous. So his pregnancy is a kind of noetic pregnancy, and likewise his birthing of all things anew after ingesting the one who is all things, namely Protogonus. His birthing of all things anew is a kind of noetic creation, a kind of noetic pregnancy and noetic creation. So it's a birthing, but it's also a crafting, right? Because it's a use of the intellect. That's how I would explain that. That's the yellow highlighted word there, tetuktai. So Zeus is the head, back to the text. Zeus is the head, he's the middle, and from him all things are crafted. Zeus is the foundation of the earth and of the starry heaven. Zeus was generated as a male, but Zeus also became the immortal bride. That is to say, right, in this text, which people call Aristotelian or pseudo-Aristotelian, some people claim that it has Stoic notions in it and therefore is not truly Aristotelian, but is post-Aristotelian. That's a long and complex debate. I don't want to get bogged down in that right now. But what I will say is I think there's a fundamental error in how Stoicism is typically conceived. What I mean by that is too often traits of Stoicism that are actually derived from the Timaeus of Plato, and consequently, I would argue, from the Orphic tradition that existed prior to Plato, which he drew on, which he is an exegete of, too often the treatment of Stoicism fails to take into account the indebtedness of Stoicism to the Timaeus and hence to Orphico-Pythagorean and Empedoclean cosmology, which is a pretty serious problem because so many of the things that get labeled as Stoic, such as ekpyrosis or the doctrine of conflagration, right, the idea that the universe in cycles of time disintegrates and gets consumed by fire and gets rebirthed, I would argue that that idea was already like around among the Orphics and in Plato's Timaeus, and that the Stoics are just further developing an already established thing rather than innovating, as they're often presumed to be doing. At any rate, so I don't think necessarily the De Mundo Aristotelian text need be taxonomized as Stoic per se. And furthermore, I'm very confident that this hymn here is describing the same worldview as what we find in the Daveni Papyrus, and which existed a fair few centuries at least prior to, you know, when that papyrus was put on paper, so to speak. The text was put on paper. At any rate, so here we have a hermaphroditic Zeus, and I think the reason he's hermaphroditic is because he swallowed the all-inclusive hermaphrodite Protogonus-Phanes. Makes sense, right? You are what you eat. At any rate, so Zeus is the breath of all things. Zeus, the text says, Zeus is the breath of all things. Zeus is the thrust, the hormeh, the thrust of the never-resting fire. Okay. Now, hormeh, I say thrust, however you want to render that, like the pushing force. That's where we get hormone from in English, right? Because they're the things that compel you if you're not in control of your passions, as you should be, incidentally. At any rate, so Zeus is the breath of all things. Zeus is the thrust of the never-resting fire. Keep in mind, right, Heraclitus, right, with his talk of like fire as the divine cosmic force, like directing all things and from which all things stem. Again, clearly indebted, I think, to this Orphic cosmogonic view, right? He's just another exegete. I would even go so far as to say much of the philosophic tradition of the Greeks is indebted to Orphic cosmogony and is, in a sense, just an exegetic religious tradition that is a footnote appended to Orpheus, which is such a radical claim in modern scholarship. But it's not actually that radical. I mean, the Diels and Krantz compendium of pre-Socratic fragments that all scholars are familiar with, right? The pre-Socratic philosophers' teachings have been assembled from various sources and put in a modern edition, modern, so to speak. late 1800s or whatever it was. That compilation very wisely lists Orpheus as like the first figure. Fragments of Orpheus are provided first. These 1800s and early 1900s scholars were aware of the fact that Orpheus was the ground zero of Greek thought, and yet for whatever reason, it's kind of been snipped out of the modern way of thinking about these things. At any rate, back to the text. So we've got this thrust of the never resting fire, the never tiring fire, I should actually say, the fire that never tires. That's what akamatos means, never tiring, the fire that never tires. Okay, Zeus is the root of the sea. Zeus is both the sun and the moon. Zeus is the king. Zeus is the ruler of all things, and he is indeed the ruler of lightning, that archikeranos that we've had before. And this is quite interesting. All beings, he hid them, but then he again brought them into the like much delightful, much mirthful light. Okay. Now, what does that mean? He hid them and then he brought them back into the light. That's clearly a reference to the swallowing and the pregnancy and then the birthing anew. Okay. So took out of the light, brought back into the light, and supposedly made things better in so doing. Though that's up to question, perhaps. Then to make things clearer that it's about the pregnancy, so he hid all things, or all beings, because it's actually masculine, pantas. He hid all beings. He then brought them back into the much delightful light, and he brought them up out of his holy heart. Okay, so that's like presumably his pregnancy. And then it says mermara resdon, like doing his thoughts, like his counsels. So again, this relates to, that's a bit of a crude translation, but you get the point. I think it's what it's saying is he turned his thoughts into actions. And that's this whole idea of the noetic pregnancy. And I mean, at a kind of psychological / ontological / epistemological level, that process of like noetic pregnancy is quite interesting because in a way, all of our activities as thinking beings, as divine thinkers, is like that, right? We perceive the ideas, we form images of them, we think them, we speak them, and then we do them, right? And so that whole process of going from the noetic image beholding to the doing in the world of physicality is like quite, an apt little image of how we live and breathe and move in the world and in him, right? That is the Godhead. Okay, cool. So that's the De Mundo recension of the Orphic hymn to Zeus. Now we have another slightly more extensive and poetically rich, perhaps it's been worked more over time than the earlier recensions, or perhaps it is actually just as old and there were many variants around in the most remote of times. It's hard to tell. But this recension is ascribed by the church historian Eusebius to the Neoplatonic philosopher Porphyry, who's drawing again from Orphic tradition. It's found in the Praeparatio Evangelica, which is basically a text, in short, about how like the polytheist pre-Christian cosmology relates to the coming of Christianity, in short. It's a very rich text. It's very large too, but it's quite interesting. And it's sadly much neglected, even though it has a wealth of interesting information in it. But I guess you've got to kind of be interested in Christian cosmology and reception of ancient tradition in order to value such a text. And those characteristics are not so common in our times. At any rate, so Zeus, it's again quite similar to what we just encountered in the De Mundo recension. Zeus was generated or birthed as the first one. Zeus, the ruler of lightning, is the last. He's the head, he's the middle. From him all things were crafted. He was generated as a male, but he also was or became an immortal bride. He is the foundation of the earth and of starry heaven. Zeus is king, and he is the chief birthling or something, like the firstborn of all beings. There is one dominion or one power, hen kratos, Uh, he was generated as one daimon, or one divinity. He's one great ruler of all beings. He has one kingly bodily frame, demos. He has one kingly body in which all things kuklaitai, right? All things circulate. That's highly significant. Put a pin in that, this idea of whirling around, circulating, right? You might be familiar with the pre-Socratic philosophers who have the idea of the vortex, right? Dine. And you might even recall that Aristophanes in his Clouds, his comedy mocking Socrates and the philosophers, shows that through his mockery that they, those thinkers of his time, were associating Dias, Zeus, with the Dine, with the grand like vortex or circulation of the cosmos. Again, indebted to Orphism, right? So, in whom, or this kingly body in which all things circulate, says the text, and it goes on, namely fire, water, earth, and ether. That is to say, the elements. Okay, night and day, and Metis, as well as the first father or generator, Genetor, namely, it seems that Mantis, it's unclear whether Mantis is that first generator or Eros is, but it says Eros and the first generator, namely Eros, who is much delightful or delights in many things, something like that. So the significance of that is, I believe in the Orphic tradition, Protogonus-Phanes is the initial creator god who contains all things, whom Zeus swallows, becoming pregnant as the all and then birthing everything anew. The Protogonus-Phanes, being the principal godhead, was also called Eros in the Orphic tradition, and was also called Metis. And Metis probably was like the female half of this hermaphroditic being. That's what I would say. And incidentally, if you can't work out why, the reason I have a medieval zodiac man there on the side is because this idea of all the zodiac animals contained within one humanoid body, I think, is very much reminiscent of Protogonus-Phanes and Zeus. And I mean, we'll get into asterisms, constellations, and stars and so on in later, in my later content, but we'll return now to this all-containing Zeus hymn found in Eusebius through the writings of Porphyry. So, yes, the first generator, Eros, who delights in many things or is much delightful, and Mantis, for all things are in this large body of Zeus. They lie therein. Okay, so it's just saying that his body is all containing. Now, his head has like many beautiful faces, namely the shining or radiant heaven, and his like his golden hair all about are the like glimmering stars, and they are like they are much beautiful, and he has two bull-like horns on either side of his head, namely the west and the east. And the Greek words for west and east, Deuces and Anatole, are literally like Deuces is like the sinking down, and Anatole is like the rising up. Hence, you know, sunrise and sunset. So his horns are like his bull horns are the sun and the sun's like rising and sinking points, which is interesting. Like you can think of in the Epic of Gilgamesh how there's mountains that are the west and the east that are like the rising and setting entry points of the sun. Probably also has lunar associations, right, because of the whole shape as well. And then these these horns are said to be the roads of the heavenly gods, or the gods of heaven. His eyes are the sun and the moon, which is an interesting situation because in Indic cosmology, Prajapati, the father of all living creatures, he and all containing creator God, he too has, in some texts, his eyes are identified with the sun and moon. And then the text says here, his mind is kingly and unlying, i.e., never lies, and is the incorruptible ether. Highly significant, right? If you recall in the Divini Papyrus commentary, Zeus is identified as the nous and the air. Air, ether, right? Ether is the upper, pure air. But also, as I may have mentioned before, ether is the quintessential element. Now, what do I mean by quintessential? In modern parlance, quintessential means like important, okay? All right. But it's actually a lot richer than that. Quintessential in ancient cosmology means the fifth element, but more so the primary element out of which all the others arise. So the Protogonus-Phanes was the ether world, the pure ether world, the noetic world, you can even call it, the original element out of which all other ones are projected. Zeus consumes the ethereal being, and then out of him arises the multifaceted, multi-element sublunar world, we could call it, because ether is a kind of supralunar, to use Aristotelian cosmology, if that's helpful. Even if it's slightly anachronistic, I think it is helpful. So mind is ether in this Orphic cosmology. That's pretty cool. It's pretty interesting. And then the text says, in whom, that is the ethereal nous, who is Zeus the Godhead, in whom all things like are heard and spoken. Okay, interesting. And there is no like sound or voice, nor like a clamoring or hitting sound, tupos, which escapes the notice of the like the ear of the ever mighty Zeus, son of Kronos. So it's just a way of saying like the supra ethereal like mind is all perceiving, is basically what's being said there. Okay. And the text goes on a little bit more. So over here, it's a bit of an odd expression. Over here, the noema, that is like the noetic phronesis, right? Like the thinking, in short, the cognition, has this immortal head, a body that shines all about, that is without limit, that is like unshakable, incapable of fearing, that is firm in limb, and it is also birthed in such a way that it is very much mighty. Now, the word astuphelecton is quite a rare and uncommon word. What it means is like unshakable or something like that, which is pretty similar to the next word, athromon. It's all just about stability and the might of this all-encompassing body, right? Then it goes on, the shoulders, the sternum or the chest, the wide back, nauta, so to speak, of the god. Then it says the air that is like wide in might. And then two wings grow or sprout out of him, and he flies about everywhere. He has like a holy womb. Nedus is womb, and it's like a pretty distinctly like feminine word. I mean, obviously womb. I'm not aware of having any in my belly. The earth, who is mother of all, and particularly of the mountains that have like steep heads or peaks. And his midsection, right, his like torso, is a belt, a zdorne, that is like that makes like heavily that is like of heavy sound or something like that. Oh, sorry, incorrect. His midsection is like a belt, namely the swelling, the oedema, like edema, the swelling of the heavily sounding or resounding or clashing sea. So that is to say, like his midsection is associated with the clamoring waves of the sea. Now, the reason that is the case, right, is because the like stomach fluids or whatever in one's torso are being associated with the waters of the sea in this cosmology that kind of superimposes the human anatomy onto the physical universe, right? And I should mention about these wings. You saw in the depiction of the Modena relief earlier how Protogonus-Phanes has wings, as you see here. But not only that, but really interestingly, Empedocles, an early cosmogonic thinker, he conceived of his all-encompassing God as spherical, hence why he calls him Sphiros, very famously. And he emphatically, in one fragment, says that this God does not have like tree trunks, inverted commas is the word he uses, stemming out of his back, his norta, the same word used here for the back. Now, I think that the fact that that same word for back is highly significant. So, and Empedocles also specifies that this all-encompassing divinity does not have genitalia. So, in conceiving of like the universal all-encompassing Godhead as a sphere and denying qualities like wings and genitalia, which are qualities that Protogonus and Orphic Zeus both have, I think that ironically, right, that apophasis, right, that denial of those characteristics in his conception of the Godhead proves his indebtedness to that conception, because what he's doing is he's like reforming the established conception of the all-encompassing macroanthropic Godhead. He's like reforming that by denying those features, if that makes sense. His mentioning of those features shows his indebtedness. I know it's a bit counterintuitive, but hopefully that makes sense. That's how I read it anyway. Because why would you mention wing, like my Godhead who includes all things doesn't have wings? To me, the only reason you would specify that is there must be some conception of the all-encompassing Godhead who's winged and who has hermaphroditic genitalia, or else you wouldn't need to say my one doesn't have those traits, right? That's how I think. At any rate, back to the text. So you have the swelling of the loudly resounding ocean that is his midsection, that is like a belt. Oh, and it's the swelling of the thalassa and the pontos, right, which are both words for the sea. It's just poetic redundancy, right? And then the lower base, namely the roots of the earth, so to speak, that is the wide Tartarus and the furthermost ends of the earth. That is also part of Zeus, presumably like his legs / feet. So he hid all things and then brought them again into the much delightful light when he intended to again bring them forth from his heart and to work divine deeds. So see how that's kind of almost verbatim the same as the De Mundo recension, the Aristotelian recension. It just has a little bit more detail, it's a bit more poetic, it's a bit more pretty. But, you know, it's still basically the same text. And just another like kind of interesting side note. So in the Saturnalia of Macrobius, which is a Latin language, like late antique text, that includes many Greek like quotes, fragments embedded in its text, like this one. Macrobius mentions like a Hellenistic king of Cyprus called Nicocreon, who was given an oracular revelation that described Serapis, who's kind of like a Hellenistic syncretized version of Zeus, describes him in this way. So you shall learn like the kind of God whom I am, and I shall tell you myself. I am the heavenly cosmos, the head. My belly is the sea. The earth constitutes my feet. My ears, so to speak, lie in the ether, and my eye is the far shining and bright light of the sun. So again, that's this same kind of cosmology. There's clearly a pantheistic conception of the Godhead as a body that includes all things. And a nice, neat Greek term for that is macranthropy. So macro, large/wide, anthropos, human. So the wide man is the all-inclusive humanoid divinity who is the universe, right? Macranthropy. That term is actually taken. It's a neologism, right? It's a new coinage of modernity, even though it's made out of ancient Greek words. And it was coined, as far as I'm aware, by Mircea Eliade, who's a very famous Romanian scholar of comparative religion, who has written some very interesting things. And he even, I think, first used that term in a novel that he wrote, which is a very entertaining Kafka-esque novel about a guy who starts growing really large and his body kind of swells into the cosmos. But it's like written in a surrealist way such that it's a medical condition. I found it really amazing as a novel. At any rate, so now let us turn to an author of late antiquity, namely Proclus, the Neoplatonist philosopher. He is, in fact, our most important source for Orphic cosmology. The fragments of Orphic poetry preserved in his works, particularly the commentary on Plato's Timaeus, though by no means exclusively, but particularly that, is our greatest source, numerically speaking, for Orphic cosmology, in the sense of like, if you took away all the Proclean fragments of Orphic poetry, our understanding would be severely diminished. He's critical. And it's really fascinating, right, that my theory is that Plato's Timaeus is deeply indebted to Orphic cosmology. The sole, other than Chalcidius in Latin, the main ancient commentary on the Timaeus that survives, in its entirety, is Proclus's, and it's this source of rich Orphic cosmology. And he expressly says that Plato is indebted to Orpheus and is borrowing therefrom. And yet, so it's all laid out, right? I'm not coming up with anything new. I'm just reading the sources here, right? And yet, no one talks about things in this way, right? For whatever reason, it's presumed, Proclus is using late materials that are inauthentic. He doesn't really understand Plato. He's projecting later cosmology onto Plato rather than understanding Plato in his original context. But really, should we presume that that's the case, given that what we're going to see in Proclus is so clearly related to the Daveni papyrus that is essentially contemporary with Plato? In fact, it preserves a cosmology that's older than Plato. I don't get why my position is so radical, and I don't get why it's considered foolish to take Proclus at face value. But at any rate, let's look at what Proclus says, I should say, in his commentary on Plato's Timaeus. This is quite interesting. It's from very early on in the text, before the cosmogonic monologue of Timaeus actually starts. Instead, Socrates is about to pray here. Yeah, so just to contextualize, in the original Platonic text of the Timaeus, Socrates introduces the long monologue of Timaeus which tells the whole story of the generation of the cosmos and of humans, and consequently other animals. Socrates begins it by saying, in the original text, that before we start such an endeavor, we should, as is customary, pray to the gods. So, and they do so, and then he starts. And interestingly, as a side note, at the very end of Timaeus' monologue telling the story of the universe, he prays to the God whom he's just described as this all-encompassing, perfect divine animal, which very closely resembles the Orphic theology, right? Monistic or henotheistic theology. At the end, he says, "And now I shall pray to the God who, though he was begotten or generated long ago, has just now been birthed yet again through words," which is to say, right, that his speech is conceived as cosmogonic. It recapitulates the work of God by creating the divine universe, reinstantiating that through logoi, through words or reasonings and ratios, number, which is like, I just think is an amazing detail of that text and a phenomenal idea. Right? The idea that we can tell the cosmogonic story as imitators of God and become God-like beings ourselves. I just think that's so cool. At any rate, so let's look at Proclus's text here, live translation. So before he touches the whole treatise, he, Socrates, turns to beseechings and prayers towards the gods. And in so doing, he imitates the poet of the all. That is to say, he imitates the creator of the universe. Because the tou pantos poieten, the poet of the all, capital A, the creator of the universe, right? Poietes in Greek means poet in the sense that we use it today, right? Of a composer who, produces impressive, beautiful words. But it also just generally means a maker. In this case, the creator, the maker, capital M. So it's pretty neat that in the Orphic / Timaean cosmology, right, you have the universe is a poema, it's a poem, it's a creation of a poietes, right, of a poet, of a maker. It is the making of a maker, the poem of a poet, okay? But what's interesting here is the microcosm, macrocosm analogism, right? Socrates turning in prayer at the beginning of the cosmogonic discourse endeavor is much like God who prays at the beginning of the creation. Zeus, upon swallowing Protogonus-Phanes, or just before, seeks the counsel of night nukes, who instructs him on how to go about becoming the macranthrope, right? How to become pregnant with the universe. And so too Socrates, who seeks to become pregnant with the universe, prays to the divine for guidance in the same manner, and thus becomes an analog of the creator. He becomes a mini poet, vis-a-vis the grand poet. I think that's pretty cool. And then Timaeus proceeds to provide a prose cosmogonic poem that instantiates the very creation of the universe through a kind of noetic pregnancy that simulates the experience of God himself. Okay, back to the text. So he imitates the maker of the all, who before the whole creation, the demiurgia, right, the demiurgic enterprise, he enters a cresterion, that is to say, an oracular temple space, a place where oracles are delivered, that is prophetic, divinely inspired promulgations. So he enters that space, which belongs to Nux, that is Nyx, night, Lady Night. And from thence, he is filled with divine noesis. He's filled with divine cognitions. And he receives the archai, that is like the beginnings, the principles of demiurgy, of creation, as well as all of the aporias. Now, aporia means It literally means resourcelessness, which is a bit strange. But in this context, it means kind of like the ingenuity, I suppose, that one needs to bring all things out of no things, if that makes sense. Um, and then Proclus says, and if it is lawful, that is to say, not blasphemous to say this, um, to dissolve, dialuein, to dissolve, and to beseech the Father into the conception of all demiurgy. So what exactly is being said there? That Zeus, the creator, before he swallowed Protogonus-Phanes, he enters the oracular space of nukes and receives from thence all these like divine intellections. And then he beseeches the father of all such so that he can become pregnant as a demiurge and birth the universe anew. So I think implicit in that, incidentally, is a kind of identification between Nukes and Protogonus-Phanes. Nukes is the mother of all, and Protogonus is the father of all, and they're one being because the ultimate created father, mother is a hermaphrodite, right? But it's interesting that like Zeus is directed to swallow the all-encompassing being by the female half of said being, Nukes, the female half of Protogonus-Phanes. Probably one and the same as Metis in this Orphic cosmogonic tradition, okay, I specify. There's a lot of like multi-name henotheistic identification in this tradition from early on because we already saw it in the Deveni papyrus commentators description itself. Okay, so back to the text. And so towards Nukes or night, he's made to say by the theologian Orpheus. So that is to say, Orpheus describes Zeus as saying this to Nyx, the mother of all. Quote, Zeus speaking now in the story told by Orpheus. Quote, Maya, so like motherly figure, or more specifically, maybe like what's the term for a midwife, like the women who help in birthings. That's kind of what a Maya is. So mother slash cosmic midwife, most high of all divinities, immortal Nyx or Nukes. How, tell me this, how shall I institute the mighty thinking principle of all immortal beings? Is a question, right? So that's the literal translation. More loosely, what he's saying is like, how do I like set the foundation of all the gods? Tell me, oh mother Nyx. Okay. And then he hears from her, quote again, now it's Nuke speaking. Take all things and surround them all about with ineffable ether. And in the middle of this is the heaven. Okay. And so in this way, he is taught the nature of cosmopoeia, right, of creation of an orderly universe, a cosmos, literally an ornament, cosmos. And so again, he goes to Kronos, i.e. Saturn, in the Roman tradition. And so he then, after the bindings, he So after the binding of Cronus, he all but prays, "O divinity, our generation of the dawn, or the dawn of our generation," something like that. So that last poetic phrase out of context is a bit bizarre. I think, though, what is going on in this fragment, this poetic fragment here, is generally speaking, in the so-called rhapsodic theogony of Orphic poetry that is being drawn on here by Proclus, which in essence is just like a later Hellenistic, more elaborate telling of the Daveni cosmogonic story in its entirety. Of course, what we have of the Daveni cosmogony is like fragmentary due to the accidents of history and preservation. But what's being described here is Zeus is instructed how to become pregnant with the all by Nyx or Nux, night. And the binding of Cronus refers to the fact that kind of similarly to what we see in Hesiod, Zeus supplants his father Cronus, in this case by like under instruction, similar to the version that's in the Bibliotheca or library of Apollodorus in its narration of the cosmogony. You have Zeus being instructed to, like, with a beverage, intoxicate Zeus, and then Zeus being instructed to intoxicate Cronus with a beverage, and then whilst Cronus is out cold, like castrating him. So it seems like, you know, what we typically think of in the theogony of Hesiod as being the castration of Uranos occurs yet again to Kronos in the rhapsodic Orphic cosmogony. That's what's being alluded to here. But because Orphic exegetes from relatively early on, as we see in the Daveni Papyrus itself, seem to have had a way of, like, through henotheistic readings, making the story more savory, right? Rather than anthropomorphic divinities cutting each other's genitalia off, instead what you get here is more like what we see in the Cratylus of Plato, where the theology of Euthyphro is being presented, which I would say is distinctly Orphic. And in that explanation, like, Kronos is etymologized as the Kuros Katharu Noos, right? The son of the pure mind. So instead of just being like a, like a deranged, anthropomorphic, violent deity, the whole severing of genitalia and usurping is considered more just like a situation of there being a mind, out of that mind arising like a monistic, all-encompassing ether, and then them having interactions. If you recall, the Daveni Papyrus commentator etymologizes Kronos as, like, being from the verb like kruo, to like, or cruane, to like clash or and bump into each other and so on. So you get like these physicalizing astronomical readings rather than crude anthropomorphisms. So I think, this is the kind of poetry that it was originally anthropomorphic that was interpreted in that way. That's what's going on here. I'll probably have to do a separate video on the theology in Plato's Cratylus, because I just think it's super important and fascinating, but it's very complex and detailed and warrants its own treatment. At any rate, so there we get a bit of Proclus, and we saw that Night Nux is depicted as like this mother of all gods who instructs Zeus in his cosmic pregnancy. Now, we have a indirectly preserved fragment from Eudemus, a peripatetic philosopher, like a disciple of Aristotle, and it's preserved in Damascius, who's like a 600 AD Neoplatist philosopher. He was exiled from the Byzantine realm by Emperor Justinian and sent to Sassanid Persia, where he was received. He wrote a work called Aporiae kai Lusais Periton Proton Archon, right? So like questions and solutions concerning the first principles, something like that. So therein, Damascus says, we have an Orphic theology that was written about or preserved by the peripatetic Eudemus. And even though it's totally silent about the noetic universe, it which is appropriate because that noetic universe is admittedly ineffable and unknowable in every way. Nonetheless, he then afterwards narrates what follows on from the noetic realm. So that is all to say that here Damascus is superimposing his Neoplatonist complex noetic cosmology onto a much earlier Aristotelian writer. So we don't have to pay too much attention to that. But then he says, now we get into the actual meat of the matter. So Damascus says that Eudemus tells us that Orpheus began his cosmogony with night nukes as the arche, as the original principle, as the starting point, right? The arche. And then he says, from whom also Homer oftentimes created his divine genealogy. So that's quite interesting. He, Damascus, is here claiming that Eudemus, right, an Aristotelian fellow from the classical period, was aware of a poem, a cosmogonic poetic tradition ascribed to Orpheus that had Lady Night nukes as the first being. And then he also claims that Homer has night as the first being. Now, the reason he says that is because Homer depicts night nukes as bullying Zeus a lot and being more powerful, more senior than her. So it is fair then to presume that Homer believes that night was a very primary deity. Indeed, elsewhere Homer describes all things as flowing out of Oceanus, pardon me, Mr. Ocean. But that's complicated, right? Does that mean Homer was aware of multi-different cosmogonic traditions, one in which night was first, one in which Oceanus was first? Are they even mutually exclusive? Can Oceanus be the source of all things, but also be within night? Certainly within the Orphic framework, wherein everything is a part of Protogonus-Phanes and Zeus, you can have a very flexible situation with many different primary beings all within one all-encompassing being, right? So that's not necessarily to say that's what Homer had in mind or what Hesiod had in mind, but it is what probably Orphic theologians started thinking as they conceived of their worldview that was inherently henotheistic, monistic, and macroanthropic. Right? I know that's a lot of new terms, but hopefully you're bearing with me here. You can always pause and go back if you need to. So back to the text. It is not acceptable what Eudemus says, that Homer starts from Oceanus and Tethys, for it is apparent that he knew nukes night as the greatest divinity, for he represents Zeus as respecting her. Then quote from the Iliad. He was in awe, Zeus was in awe of swift night nukes and did her the things that she desired or the things she had in her mind / breast / soul / intention, right? So Damascus is saying that Eudemus is wrong to have thought that Homer begins the world with Oceanus, even though there is an express line in the Iliad that says that he is the genesis of all things, because Damascus says, well, Zeus was actually super scared of nukes, and he wouldn't be if she wasn't the primary divinity. So Damascus concludes there in this passage saying, so therefore Homer himself started his divine genealogy from nukes, Now, it's a bit of a non sequitur, right? The fact that Zeus is scared of a female divinity does not ipso facto mean that she is the first being in his cosmology. It just means she's scary. Zeus could notionally be scared of someone who doesn't have seniority over him. Now, by the same token, none of this precludes Homer having conceived of nukes as more senior. We just don't really know, right? And all these ancient authors are like getting all riled up with their opinions about seniority and genealogies when the data is actually inherently ambiguous. Who really knows what Homer had in mind, if he even had a fixed position, right? Because it's a polytheist context that it varies, right? And it's flexible. Who knows? But it's the simple point, though. What this passage tells us is that already Eudemus, as an early peripatetic philosopher of the classical period, was aware of Orphic poetry placing Nukes night as an original primary principal being. That's the main point there. And whether that flows into Homeric poetry or not is ancillary. It's not important. Now, we also have a fragment of Chrysippus, major Stoic philosopher, preserved in Philodemus's De Pietate, his tractate on piety, wherein we see the following. In the first tome of his work on nature, Pedifusios, he, i.e. Chrysippus, calls night the first goddess, right? The foremost goddess, the first, Protistine. So that's quite significant. So this Stoic philosopher thought that Nukes was a primary divinity, and he's probably indebted to Orphic cosmogony there. And yet again, we have in the work titled On the Months De Mentibus, or Periton Menon, by John Laurentius Liddus, who's a Byzantine writer who preserves a lot of interesting stuff about the Etruscans and so on, and various topics and calendrical stuff. In a fragment from that work, we encounter the following. So there were three archai, or cosmogonic principles, that sprouted forth in the Genesis according to Orpheus. That is night, Nukes, Ger, earth, and Uranos, heaven. And there are three like genera or genuses, right? Breeds, species of gods. The heavenly, the earthly, and the one that is between these two. Okay, now that's not necessarily super illuminating, but it tells us a little something potentially about Orphic cosmogonic poetry, and Nukes being a major early player. And this idea of like the division of sectors, admittedly, you know, with the like heaven and earth and night, night presumably being like the kind of misty quintessential ether before all time, you get like a bit of a conception of like the stratified layers or ingredients of the cosmos that are all within one body that we saw in the Zeus hymn. Perhaps that's this stratified idea of elements and like sectors of the cosmos is coming from that Orphic conception of Zeus. All right, now we're getting into some much more like dense literature. All of these passages come from Proclus's writings, primarily from his commentary on the Timaeus, but a little bit from his work titled the Platonic Theology. And then we also get a comment by Simplicius on Aristotle's work on the heavens. At any rate, so we'll go through these one by one, and these are important passages for understanding at least how Proclus conceived of Orphic theology. So the first one at the top says, this is from the commentary on the Timaeus. So the demiurge, the creator, is one, and according to him, he like determines the bounds or the limits of the noetic gods, and he is himself filled with noetic monads and with the well springs or sources of life. And he comes forth from himself unto the demiurgy of the all, of the whole, the creation of the all. And he puts forward fathers who are like constituent parts of wholes, but he himself remains unmoved in the peak of Olympus, eternally established, and rules over two cosmoi, or two like universes or world orders, namely the hypercelestial and the celestial. And he contains within himself the arche, the principle or beginning, the middle, and the ends of all the wholes. Now, what is that saying? Could you understand that? Well, what he's saying in more simplistic language is that the Orphic Godhead, Creator, Demiurge, is like an all-containing being who creates out of himself, and who created like demiurgic fathers who are like constituent parts of himself, who work for him and are part of him, but are under him, if that makes sense. And he, in so doing, this emanatory, like spreading out into other created beings out of himself, he nonetheless remains like unshakable and consistent and one and the same. Okay, and he's at the peak of Olympus. Now, in this context, I can't provide the sources here. You just have to trust me. It goes back to like an idea found in like the Epinomis of Plato, that Olympus is identified with like the entirety of the cosmos in Orphico-Pythagorean thought. So that's just to say that at the peak, the uppermost part of the cosmos, this element of the demiurgic all-encompassing Godhead remains ever the same and eternally seated thereup, even though he like emanates downwards into all lower things. And that's why it says he's king over the hyper-celestial and like the sub-celestial two cosmoi, or two universes, because there is one universe that's all-encompassing, that is the Godhead himself. He is all things. But then within that, there is like a division between the super celestial, the over heavenly, and under heavenly realms that are within that one encompassing universe that is the Godhead. Hopefully that makes sense. And then you get that formula of the beginning, the middle, and the end, which we saw in the Zeus hymn. So here you see that even though Proclus is a later Neoplatonist theologian who's using some complex later conceptions, he's nonetheless inspired by and indebted to the Orphic cosmogonic tradition that we saw attested in the Deveni Papyrus. Even if this current format is far more intellectualized and is far more baroque and elaborate, it nonetheless goes back to the original conception that we saw attested in the Deveni Papyrus. Now, I'll just turn to the diagram that I produced here on the right so that you can understand what I'm going on about. So the way I understand the Orphic theology as it's preserved in Proclus, but frankly, I think Proclus is not that much of an innovator. This is how it was originally intended, even in the Deveni times. What we have is the orange is Protogonus-Phanes. He has within himself the Zeus, who is like the sub-celestial all-containing universe, and Dionysus, the divine son of Zeus, who's the next ruler after him, who, as we're going to see in other videos, is identified by Plutarch in his explanation of the Delphic theology as being like identified with the all-encompassing universe, that is ever being like torn apart and reconstituted. Basically, Zeus and Dionysus are both macroanthropic versions of the sub-celestial godhead that is contained within the super-celestial godhead, who is Protogonus-Phanes. So that's the egg-shaped diagram. And then separate to that, you have my square diagram. So you have the white space that is supposed to be what I call the ether-bound endocosm. So you have, that's like the realm that is heaven and all that is within heaven, all that we see that is visible and that is material, sub-lunar elemental. Okay, that's why, and it's ether bound because ether represents like the outer edge of our like visible, tangible, elemental cosmos. And then on the outside of that, you have like the noetic universe. Okay, that's also all encompassing, that contains all things, but is ontologically separate from all elemental matter. I mean, matter is not a Platonic term, it's an Aristotelian one, but I'm just using it for convenience sake. I don't think I'm perpetrating a grave crime in so doing. This is more casual explanation, right? So you've got ether as the outer layer of the universe, you've got the sublunar elements within the heaven ball that is the visible orb. And then outside of the ether, that is this pure quintessential element on the exterior that's identified with like the hearing and the thought of Zeus. You have outside the noetic realm. So the way to think about it is like in Proclus's viewpoint, and we'll see this more in the sources as we go on. Protogonus-Phanes was probably like the noetic god who created out of himself like an all-encompassing noetic universe. And then Zeus, as a lower father demiurge who emanated out of there, then swallowed him in his entirety and recreated the world. And in so recreating the world, didn't create a noetic realm in the manner of Protogonus-Phanes, but instead created a like sublunar elemental one out of ether that was himself, having emanated out of the noetic universe that is Protogonus-Phanes. So if you go and see my Timaeus talks on this channel, they're quite helpful for understanding what I'm talking about at this point, because if you know anything about the Timaeus, you know that Plato in the Timaeus describes the demiurge, the creator, as creating the visible world based on a blueprint that is the invisible noetic world. And the invisible noetic world is described as a perfect zoon or living animal. And then the creator god, Nous, the intellect, looks to that noetic blueprint, that perfect noetic animal that contains all the noetic animals, and then creates a visible animal that contains all the visible animals. And so that whole process that the Timaeus is describing there is this. It's the idea of Zeus swallowing Protogonus-Phanes, who is the invisible noetic being that contains all invisible noetic beings. And then Zeus, as Nous, the intermediary who emanates there out, goes and creates a visible elemental world in the image of what he ingested in his noetic pregnancy. Okay, I know that's very complicated, but we'll see more. I'll translate more primary sources and it'll start hopefully to make a bit more sense. I get that it's difficult to understand, but it's complex stuff, right? Okay, so next fragment from Proclus's commentary on the Timaeus, a short one. It's just a poetic line from Orpheus that says, all things lie in the great body of Zeus, or the body rather of the great Zeus. Okay, so that's like what we encountered before. Another fragment from Proclus's commentary on the Timaeus. My apologies, actually. That is a repeat of the fragment that is at the top. I don't know why I did that. But critically, one thing I failed to specify in my former translation of the same passage was that Proclus is actually relating information from Syrianus, who is another Neoplatonist, namely like his teacher. So he's actually describing for us the theology of Syrianus that draws from the Orphics that then Proclus espouses. That's just, I guess, a minor detail, but it's important, I suppose, in understanding how these things come down to us. Then we have and I should also specify that in this portion of the Proclus's commentary that I'm drawing from, he's commentating on he's commentating on Stephanus, page 28c, which is the section of Plato's Timaeus where he starts describing, at the beginning of Timaeus's cosmogonic monologue, he starts describing how the creator God had to use a paradigm that is like a blueprint to create the visible world. So it's a very appropriate place to insert all this Orphic material in his commentary, because he's giving us what I would call the cultural/religious background that Plato was indebted to when he composed the Timaeus, or perhaps just copy-pasted the writings or the verbal teachings of an actual historical guy called Timaeus, who was an Italiote or Greco-Italian character who was a Pythagorean/Orphic who actually taught this stuff, right? Which is a possibility, right? I don't see why people presume that Timaeus wasn't a real guy. We have every reason to think he was, and that he taught this kind of stuff. At any rate, so that's that. Now we're turning to the passage here on the bottom left that is taken from Plato's theology, so a work by Proclus called Plato's Theology. And here Proclus says, it seems to me, or I think, that Plato was looking towards the entirety of the Greek theology, but especially towards the Orphic mystagogy, such that, as the old saying goes, the God he calls the beginning, the middle, and the end of all things that exist, or he says that God has within himself the beginning, the middle, and the end of all things, and that that the wholes are like delineated or contained there within, and that he rotates periporewomenon. Now, that's a very significant word that I want you to keep in mind, that he rotates, the all-containing Godhead rotates, and has Dikain as a companion, that is to say, Lady Justice as his companion as he rotates, and through whom he like sets up the all, and brings back through the paternal law-giving supervision of Zeus, brings all things towards her, namely Dike, who is like the fitting end unto himself. Now, like translated to more normative language, what that means basically is that Proclus is just saying that he thinks that Plato's theology is indebted to Orpheus, or Orphic mystagogy, wherein Zeus is conceived of as an all-rotating, all-containing divinity, in whom Lady Justice like circulates and guides his like cosmogonic and cosmos governing noetic processes, and directs them to herself, and she is indeed part of him. And that end goal of this all-containing being, who is the beginning, the middle, and the end, is justice. Okay, but this idea of the revolving all-containing divinity accompanied by justice is significant, because as we're going to see shortly, there is a fragment of authentic early Orphic poetry preserved in Plato's laws that describe the Godhead in exactly that manner, as an all-containing revolving being accompanied by Lady Justice. So that's highly significant. He's not making that up. He's not using a late like pseudepigraphic source. He is actually expounding upon an authentic ancient fragment of Orphic poetry preserved in Plato. And then on the right, we've got this last fragment from Simplicius's commentary on Aristotle's work on the heavens. So on account of this, says the passage, on account of this, these divine men handed over to us theogonies about a great plethora of gods that remain in him, in this one being, if so to speak, and yet also come forth from him according to multiplication, praising his genesis, inasmuch as he like ontologically subsidizes himself out of the one, just as there is a birthing, a genesis of numbers from the monad, which we theoretically perceive as a propodismos, right, as like a putting forward. So again, translated into normative language, basically what's being said there is there were divine, like poetic sages who conceived of the universe as like an all-containing singular monad, a great one, capital O, that spilled forth from himself, this Godhead, into multiplicity. So from the one, from the singularity, the divine, all-containing singularity, proceeded a divine multiplicity, and yet in so doing, he, the divine singularity, still remains the singularity. All right? Hopefully you're following that. So that's just like a complicated numerical and philosophical articulation of what these late antique philosophers believed was already implicit in the crude anthropomorphic theogony of Orpheus. Now, we can never really know to what extent the bard Orpheus, had in mind these complex theological notions. I think it is safe to say that already in Daveni Papyrus times, there were bards in the tradition of the original Orpheus who were developing these kinds of monistic, henotheistic theologies. And it's possible that the original divine-inspired bard Orpheus himself had these things in mind. I mean, I don't preclude it personally. And it's very unacademic of me to say that, but, I don't really care. Okay. So now we're going to look at a portion of Porphyry's writings that are preserved in Eusebius, the church writer. So in this fragment of Porphyry's writings, presumably taken from the Peri-Agalmaton, the tractate on statues, right, of the gods by Porphyry, that's preserved in the church historian Eusebius, who's a Christian combating Porphyry, who was a major opponent of Christianity and an exponent of the polytheist tradition through his Orphico-Platonic theology, right? It's kind of interesting in many ways that the Christians and the Orphics clashed quite intensely when you think about the fact that when we're thinking of that Godhead who remains seated above but emanates himself into the lower world and so on, there are certain similarities there theologically between God the Father begetting God the Logos, Christ, in his non or pre-incarnate, we're talking chronologically, which is a bit problematic, but you know what I mean. Christ the Logos, begotten of the Father, who remains ever seated at the pinnacle of the cosmos. It's not that dissimilar, right? There's actually quite a lot of commonality there metaphysically, and yet nonetheless, there's a culture clash, presumably due to what we're going to see here, Porphyry's being committed to the actual polytheistic cultus of worshipping gods in statues like the one you see here, which to the Christian is not permissible. It's demonic idolatry, right? Hence the culture clash. At any rate, here we go with Porphyry in Eusebius. So this is Porphyry writing. So Zeus, therefore, is the whole cosmos. He is the animal of animals, the god of gods. Zeus as nous, that is, as the divine mind. Okay, from whom he brings forth all things and creates through his cogitations, his noemata, his noesis, his cogitations. And of the theologians who explained about the God in this way, they created this image of him, the one which this speech has described, not as he truly was, if they could even conceive of it, namely the life-giving and noetic and pro-noetic being who can be shown forth through the sphere. So what's he saying here in simple English? He's saying, so they, the ancient poets, the theologians, depicted Zeus in the manner that you see here, this statue, as an anthropomorphic being, rather than as a sphere, which is how like Plato's Timaeus conceives of the all-encompassing Godhead as a sphere. And Timaeus specifically says that this pantheistic Godhead has no eyes, has no hands, has no legs, has no like organs and so on. So it's expressly non-anthropomorphic, much like Empedocles, whom I mentioned earlier, his Sphiros Godhead. But he says if the theologians conceived of that spherical concept, they didn't really put it forward, and they instead had this anthropomorphic conception. As we saw in the Orphic hymn preserved by Zeus, right, where it has his horns, his eyes, his belly. It's anthropomorphic, even though it includes all the ingredients of the cosmos. The cosmos is like man-shaped. So what Porphyry is doing here in his tractate, defending pagan sculptural depictions of tradition, but also reconciling that tradition with, the Orphic theogonies and his own Platonic philosophy. What he's doing is he's explaining why the ancient poets chose anthropomorphism over sphericalism, let's call it, depiction of Godhead as the all-encompassing universe sphere. He's explaining why it is so, okay? And he says that they produced an anthropomorphic or man-shaped image, dekelon, of Zeus for nous, the grand intellect, mind, capital M, created according to himself and executed all things through spermatic logoi. So that's a very stoic phrase, I suppose you could call it, though maybe stoicism is getting it from Orphism, who knows. But you can work out what it means, right? It just means like cogitations of the noetic Godhead that are like spermata, that are like seeds that go forth and bear fruit and expand in the universe, right? Okay, so he sits established in the fact that he sits, the statue, as you see here, conveys subtly through like riddles, says Porphyry, the established character of his power. Okay, so it's like for lack of a better word, a metaphor, even though that's not a helpful way of thinking about it. I just use that term because I can't think of a better way of saying it. He is naked in his upper half, right, like bare-chested, because he is very clear in the noetic and heavenly parts of the cosmos. Okay, and then in his left hand, he holds a scepter, rather, so like a kingly rod, as you see here. Just as the most kingly or governing part of the body and the most noetic part of all the parts of the body, the most noetic and kingly and ruling part governs over this particular organ, namely the heart, that is, of course, towards the left side. So that's interesting, right? So what's Porphyry doing here? He's looking at this statue of Zeus that we have here, and he's interpreting it through his theological lens that is intensely orthico-Platonic. And he's saying that you got the bare chest to symbolize an head, like, there's no garment on the head and chest, because the upper parts, namely the visible heavens and the invisible noetic realm of forms and ideas, all that is bare, because that is where the Godhead's divinity is truly evident. But then the text goes on and says, and the bit about the kingly rod being on the left-hand side, because that's where the heart is, and the heart governs the organism. Okay, interesting. Who knows how old this theology is? Many modern commentators would say, oh, Porphyry is just making this up, but I don't think so. He's getting it from culturally established hieratic sources, and who knows how ancient they are. We can't know, really. At any rate, then he carries on and says, for he thinks about the things that are in front, for the thing, for his hidden or invisible with respect to the down below hidden parts. So what Porphyry is saying there is his legs and genitalia and stuff are covered by clothing because the lower elements of the cosmos are not visible and accessible to us. And that's conveyed through this anthropomorphic statue. Okay. It's also interesting to note that in speaking of theologoi, right, theologians, Porphyry is including artists sculptors, which is kind of interesting, not just literary poets. At any rate, the text also says, so we've got the covered up lower bits, the uncovered upper bits, because the divinity is clear in the heavens and the noetic realm, and is not as clear in the lower realms. Then he says, he, the demiurgic nous, the creator mind, is the king of the cosmos, and he extends his right hand, or an eagle, because he rules over the gods who go through the air, just as the eagle is kind of supreme over the other flying birds. Or he holds Nike, the goddess victory, because he has been victorious over all things. And you see Nike, the goddess of victory, in his hand there. So that is the end of the Porphyry text. This interesting further development of this idea of the Godhead as anthropomorphic and containing all things, and reconciling it with deeper philosophical conceptions, and mentioning the idea of the sphere, which we're going to see is very important. Remember that word periporewomenos, rotating, is highly significant. What I'm going to argue ultimately is that we're going to see that conceptions of the Godhead as spherical existed among Orphic theologians, and that it's not actually a total superimposition onto the primarily anthropomorphic cosmogony of the real Orpheus, because there is a spherical component in the actual poetic anthropomorphic story, namely, as we're going to see later, the idea that Protogonus-Phanes arose from an egg. So the idea that the being who is the arche, the ultimate principle of the universe, arose from a spherical egg, and all the while kind of maintains his eggness despite later emanations, kind of shows that the original story of Orpheus did have this idea of the Godhead as a sphere, as well as being anthropomorphic, and that we don't need to see anthropomorphism and sphericalism as mutually exclusive, because in the amazingly dynamic metaphysics of this cosmology, you can preserve the sphericalness of the all-containing monad, but also have the anthropomorphically diverse visible multiplicity contained within the egg, right? For the man of my shape, right, is within the spherical all-containing egg, if that makes sense. It's a bit wacky, but it's also pretty cool. So on to the middle passage now from Proclus's commentary on the Timaeus. He says, and if in these things he's said to agree with the Timaeus and such arguments, that this demiurge, this creator, is like the source of all things. This can be shown by those who move forth from the fatherly given theology, that is to say, like traditional theologians, who say that he created according to the ideas, that is to say, the Platonic forms, right? These noetic blueprints that are within the all-containing divine mind, but are not like elemental, right? They're like pre-elemental, purely noetic, the cogitations of the divine mind, right? The ideas, or noemata, formed paradigms that he, the creator God, created according to them. He created a whole cosmos that was both one, but was also many, and was divided into many wholes according to parts. Even though this like all-containing divinity is one, according to Plato and to Orpheus and according to Plato and Orpheus. And so the father and poet or creator of these logia, these like reasonings, is praised as the like father of all, and the father of men and of gods, who birthed or generated a great plethoras of gods, and who sent forth the souls into the generation of humans, thus says Timaeus. So what he's basically saying in short there is things that I've already said, that Timaeus's conception of the demiurge who creates the visible world based on the invisible blueprint world, the noetic universe, that is indebted to Plato's / Orpheus, who are both working with the same cosmological viewpoint of this supreme all-containing Godhead who creates out of his own ideas, out of his intellectual pregnancy, so to speak. He's like noesis, his cognition, and who sends forth divine souls from himself to be incarnated as like sublunar humans. Okay. The next passage from Proclus, but this time from his commentary on Plato's Parmenides, which is a very important and dense, rich, complicated metaphysical text. So Orpheus says that after the swallowing of Phanes, of Protogonus-Phanes, all things were generated in Zeus. Okay, because firstly and unitedly in him, and then secondly, discreetly in the demiurge, the causes of all cosmic things became apparent. So earlier in my diagram, where I had like the box of the noetic world and then the visible world contained within, right? That is what we're talking about here. So Proclus is saying that according to Orpheus, you had Protogonus-Phanes as like this noetic outer world that's ingested by Zeus, and then within Zeus arises like a multiplicity of a visible elemental world within that singular all-containing noetic world outside that is identified with Protogonus-Phanes. So I can appreciate this is a bit repetitive and onerous, but it is complicated stuff, and going through the source in this way will enable us to really understand what's going on. And understanding the Neoplatonist theological interpretation, so many would say it obscures the meaning of the original Orphic poetry by adding later complex philosophy and theology, but I disagree. Even though there are metaphysical, philosophical, theological accretions present in this exegesis, nonetheless, it does, I think, illuminate our understanding of the original mythic texts if we are attentive and reasonable. Okay, so returning now to Proclus's text here. And so this idea of like an exocosm and an endocosm is significant, right? This outer, unmoved, eternally consistent world of being, and then like which is a singularity and is divine, and then an inner world of multiplicity that is ever changing, but is contained therein and modeled thereon, but is distinct and discrete. That's what's being said here. And the outer one is Protogonus-Phanes, who's always the same, ever consistent. The inner, more multifarious, complicated one is Zeus. Okay, so he carries on and says, in there, i.e. the visible world of multiplicity, the endocosm contained within the noetic exocosm, okay, you have in there, in this visible world, you have the sun, the moon, and the heaven himself, and all the elements, and Eros, who is the one who makes all things one, and simply makes all things generate into one. And all these things all together in the belly of Zeus sprouted. And these things were not enough, but rather the order of the Adae, the demiurgic Adae, the demiurgic forms were given over, and through this order, this taxis, the things perceived by the senses, i.e. all the ingredients of the visible world, received that order and cosmic arrangement, diakosmoses. So what is that to say? Simply that all things that are visible are contained within Zeus's belly, and that through this process of him ingesting Protogonus-Phanes, the noetic world, and then birthing and creating the visible world, he bestows upon this visible world order characteristics of the noetic world order. Okay. So now we're going to be looking at passages from Proclus that talk about metis. So as you see from the iconography I've got here, in the Hesiotic tradition that was very normative in ancient times, in the archaic and classical period, you have the idea that Athena was born out of Zeus's head after he swallowed Metis. The reason he swallowed Metis is because he was concerned about a prophecy about a being that was going to like supplant him. So he did away with Metis, whom he found threatening, but in so doing birthed Athena from himself. Okay, so that's the traditional Metis, but now we're going to look at the Orphic Metis, whom we find in Proclus's commentary on Plato's Timaeus. Okay, so looking at the first passage, better than the paternal is better than the poetic or the creator's quality. And he goes on to say, for in the middle, if not according to both, but rather the father was first. Okay, so all he's simply saying is like that the paternal is qualities prior to the maker's quality, the biological prior to like the artisanal, I suppose. For there is a limit to the paternal depth and the source of the noetic things. Okay, this is all very bizarre and metaphysical, but he goes on and says, but rather there is a second poet who is the monad of the whole demiurgy, and from thence, I think, he is called Metis, he who is cunning in his thought, Metietis. So he's saying that Metis is the demiurge, and that Metis is an appropriate name for the demiurge because he's like a thinker, he is the intellect. And Metis indeed means like intellection, and Metietis means like the thinking guy. Okay. And he is seen as such when he swallows and when he contains his might within himself, just as he does among the noetic things. So he does in the noeric things. Now, what does that say? Without getting to the complex like metaphysics of Neoplatonism, basically what Proclus is saying here is that Metis should be identified with Nous, the demiurge, the godhead, and the specifically how Zeus as the demiurge, who is the poet, the maker, rather than the father who is supreme to him, how Zeus acquires the quality of being Metietis, the grand thinker, is by swallowing the one who is Metis, like thought himself. So all that's happening here is that the Timaean / Platonic creator god is being identified with the Orphic Zeus who swallows Protogonus-Phanes, and Zeus is being called the maker, and Protogonus-Phanes is the father who is swallowed by the maker, who then becomes pregnant with cognition itself when he swallows the one who is the true paternal mind as opposed to the creator mind. Okay. What else is there to say? And the passage ends by saying, for there is a limit to the noetic things, and that limit is of the noeric gods. So there's a distinction between noetic and noeric in this Neoplatonic cosmology. But about him, i.e. the Godhead, this Godhead, Orpheus said, the Father created these things in an airy cave. Highly significant. So what does this mean? In the original archaic Orphic poetry, it seems Protogonus-Phanes created his own universe, which we can conceive in later theological terms as being like noetic, within a misty cave. And so he creates his own world in his misty cave, and then which may be the Cresterion of Nux, maybe the oracular cave of Nux, who I think is the female half of Protogonus-Phanes. Zeus kind of goes in there or out around there, whatever it is, and consumes that all, and then birds anew the world. And so that like cave wherein Protogonus-Phanes creates things is later identified by Platonic theologians as like the noetic realm. But that little quote there about the cave is from the Orphic Rhapsodies, which I believe, even though they may be a Hellenistic composition, nonetheless reflect what was already around in the classical period. That's controversial, but I think the Diveni Papyrus helps us to make that presumption. At any rate, another fragment, the next one from Proclus's commentary on the Timaeus. And so the demiurge and Metis, the first generator, and Eros, the much delightful, just as Metis births Athena, so too Eros births the erotic series. And he, the demiurge, has within himself the cause of Eros and is also Metis, the much delighting, who seemingly is the cause of love in all demiurgic creations, and is also the cause of unification and agreement, homologia. And this is probably what Pherecydes was looking towards when he said that Eros transformed into Zeus when he was about to begin his creation. Or rather, I stand corrected. Pherecydes said that Zeus transformed into Eros before he began his creation. So there's a few things going on here. First and foremost, Proclus, acting as an exegete of Plato's works in the Orphic tradition, is identifying Eros and Metis with the godhead, the demiurge, the pregnant Zeus, and Protogonus-Phanes. He's collapsing all of those into the category of creator god. That's the first significant part. Secondly, we get another mention of Pherecydes, who's an early cosmogonic poet, whom we're going to look at later, who has Chronos, time, and Zeus as early cosmogonic figures together. That Pherecydes, we're told by Proclus, has his Zeus creator god transform into Eros when he begins his demiurgic enterprise, his work of creating the universe. So that's highly significant because it means that Pherecydes is related perhaps to or indebted to or influencing or part of early Orphic cosmogonic poetry, and also shows that Pherecydes was an early poet whom we know of who had a conception of a creator god, because Hesiod and Homer don't really have clear instances of like Zeus or anyone really acting as like a creator god in the manner of the god of Genesis from the Bible, right? Whereas Pherecydes, it would seem, if we can trust Proclus, and I think we should, did have such a conception, and that he identified this creator god as both Zeus and also as Eros. And then we have Proclus telling us that the Orphic cosmology that he believes inspired Plato's Timaeus also had Zeus as a pregnant godhead swallowing Protogonus-Phanes, who was also called Metis, who was also called Eros. And we're going to see further Orphic sources as we go on that identify the godhead of Orphism with Eros as a creator god and also with Metis. And Metis probably relates to the female half of the hermaphroditic creator god Protogonus-Phanes, as does Nux, night, I suggest, in my interpretation of the data. That is, I would argue, not idiosyncratic, but is actually supported by the text, as we will see. Okay, oh, and this red text over here on the right, again from Proclus's commentary on the Timaeus. So again, the demiurgic cause is similar to the paradigm, which is referring to the paradigm in the Timaeus, right? That noetic blueprint, the perfect noetic animal, which the creator god mind, Nous, the demiurge, looks to when he goes to create the visible world, right? So the demiurgic cause is similar to the paradigm, from which came forth a plethora out of a multitude, right? Out of the noetic unity, okay? So multiplicity out of unity, visible out of invisible noetic, okay? And then he says, for the autozoon, right, the true living creature, the true animal who lives by himself, i.e. the noetic godhead, Protogonus-Phanes, aka the paradigm, like exists in singularity, and this is made clear through the Orphic theologians when they say the following, quote, he, the god, birthed according to an egg, an oon, or oion, which is clearly the animal from himself or from itself. And likewise, he calls this reverend deity Metin Sperma Feronta Theokriton, right? He calls this divinity that arose from an egg, Metis, who bears the godly seed. So that is to say, provided that that is like an authentic quote from Orphic cosmogonic poetry, Orphic theology conceived of God as the creator God, supreme God, as arising from an egg and carrying within himself the seed of all the noetic gods and bearing the name Mantis, which means thought, which is not surprising in that the creator Godhead is nous, the mind. Okay, but it's really interesting that he mentions the egg. Now, a pun that's only understandable if you know Greek is that the egg oion word oion sounds a lot like on, which means being, capital B, like the true, pure, existing forms, right? The ideas, the Platonic ideas. So that's kind of interesting, right? Because there's a pun at play there, like the egg and Platonic being, the forms, kind of sound the same, right? On and on. That's kind of interesting. But at any rate, the Godhead as the bearer of the seed of all the gods is called Metis in Orphism. Okay. Now, again, more from Proclus's commentary on the Timaeus, top left, he says, only Phanes came forth, and he, from the egg presumably, and he himself is praised as both the father, the generator, genetor, the father, and thelus, female. So he's male and female, mother and father. And he also brings forth the knights, the nuxes, nuktas, and he exists in the middle as father. And he takes from his own female child the maidenly flower. Now that last bit, quote, he takes from his own female child the maidenly flower, is a quote from the Orphic Rhapsodies, is a quote from Orphic poetry. So what that means is Proclus describes Phanes as male and female and as generating several knights, several deities called nukes. And then he shows this by quoting from Orphic poetry a line that says he took the maidenly flower of his own female child, i.e. to say the father raped his own daughter and took her virginity. Or maybe not raped, maybe consensually had intercourse. I don't know. But at any rate, what's going on here theologically speaking? It would appear that Protogonus-Phanes is the creator god, emanates like a female half out of himself, who is Nux, who is night, and then copulates with this other half of himself that is his daughter, and takes the virginity away and generates the universe. Okay, this idea of like a creator god who's a hermaphrodite splitting and copulating with him herself at the same time is present in Vedic cosmology as well. I'll later treat the Sanskrit texts, but they obviously need their own videos. At any rate, so that's the first fragment. Now the middle one is from Damascius's treatment of the first principles, that is a commentary on Plato's Parmenides. And he says, this he calls male in distinction, but before this, the female, this female not being of the male, but rather being of the noetic male and father. And then he quotes the same fragment of Orphic poetry, quote, and he took the virginly flower of his own female child. So what's that to say? Here Damascus is saying that though Zeus is like a male demiurge, but prior to him, the maker, there is a father who's supreme to him, and that father had like a female component with whom he copulated, right? So it's reiterating the same idea basically that we just established with Proclus. And then again, another quote from Damascus from the same text. And so, according to Orpheus, the other genera, the other species came forth from the mother and the father. The first monad came forth from the mother's the first monad of the mothers came forth only from the father, just as a monad comes forth from a monad. Okay, so that's more just like Neoplatonic complex metaphysics that need not concern us here per se. But again, it's the same idea of like this hermaphroditic mother-father copulating with him/herself to produce like a next generation. So yeah, I mean, I won't go into the details of the Sanskrit analogs here that you can see depicted on this sculpture here, this Hindu sculpture, that you can notice there's a swollen female breast and a flat component. So that's a way of indicating that this divinity, Prajapati, the creator god, the father, literally the like the progenitor of all living beings, right? Praja, meaning like all living creatures, literally is cognate with progeny, which means the foremost born, the firstborn, and then Pati is like lord, ruler. It's related to like despotes, like lord in Greek. And so it's like an Indo-European word for lord/husband. So and Prajapati is basically cognate with Protogonos, right? Protogonus, the firstborn in Indo-European linguistics. So he's linguistically and also theologically and culturally like an analog figure in the Indic tradition. At any rate, in a Puranic text called the Matsya Purana, Matsya means fish. It tells the story of Vishnu becoming the Matsya, the grand fish, in the time of the grand deluge. At any rate, in that text, we're told a cosmogony where Prajapati becomes pregnant and creates a progeny from his like right thumb and nipple and various other organs, and does so without needing a mother, presumably because he is like hermaphroditic, but he's not content about his creation. And so he divides himself into like a man and a woman, and they try to copulate, even though they're like brothers. And it's scandalous because it's incestuous, but nonetheless, they ultimately engage in such a cosmology. So that's what I think is happening in the Orphic cosmology when it says, and he took away the maiden flower of his own daughter. That's sort of a situation, except instead of a brother-sister structure, it's a father-daughter, wife-husband situation. Okay, so what's going on now? It's a bit of a random image there I have of Hermes with the monstrous Argos who's pursuing Io. The reason I include that, I think it's classical or archaic period depiction, is because it's useful in that it has the two heads stuck together. Right, this idea of like a hermaphroditic dual being who's stuck together is very compelling. Indeed, I might give it its own video once because I love the story so much. But in a rabbinic midrashic text, the Bereshit Rabbah, this early rabbinic commentary on the book of Genesis, there's a description of various scriptural verses that are interpreted as meaning that Adam and Eve in Genesis, when it says male and female, he created them, it means to say that the first humanoid was a hermaphrodite and was split in half, and then they became, like man and wife, which is the same dynamic that we see in that Prajapati Hindu cosmology in the Matsya Purana, but we also see it in Orphic poetry, as we just established. You also see it, much, much, much later, basically in early modernity, in like alchemical texts, where you have this being called rebis in Latin, which is basically just a theonym constructed out of res bina, like dual matter, to express this idea of like the male, female, sun, moon soul, like all-encompassing entity that you see depicted there on the right from a 1600s text of a German alchemist. At any rate, more relevantly, we have a Latin text, okay, that was translated by Tiberianus, a Latin poet, who claims, and we have no reason to doubt him, that he's translating a poem by Plato. This is highly significant that through Tiberianus's Latin, we have insight into, apparently, if we can believe him, many modern people wouldn't, but I do, that Plato composed a poem that's theological in character that says this. So I suppose now I'll translate this passage here. So you are the whole race of the gods. You are the cause and vigor of all things. You are the whole nature, the whole natural world. You are one innumerable God. You, and notice in that innumerable one God, there's a combination of multiplicity and unity, highly significant in Platonic theology. Okay, so you are the one innumerable God. You are the plenitude of the sexes, which is just like a poetic way of saying you're like hermaphroditic in essence, right? You contain all the modes of sexuality. And through you or for you was born this God, this world, which is the domicile, the abode of humans and of gods. You are luminescent, you are glowing, and you are like a glowing star-adorned, you are glowing and star-adorned with like the flower-like flourishing of august youth. So what is all that to say? Basically, in this poem by Plato describing the creator God, who is identified in a sense with his creation, right, namely the cosmos. So this macranthropic, all-encompassing created divinity is a hermaphrodite who's like adorned with all the stars of heaven, who is one but is also innumerable and is the cause and vigor of all things. Okay, so what's interesting here about this hermaphroditic conception of the Godhead that's attested in a Platonic poem is that we have the rather famous anthropogonic myth in Plato in his Symposium that's ascribed, and in the Symposium dialogue, the speaker at this point who tells the myth is Aristophanes, the famous comic playwright. So Plato has Aristophanes, the comic playwright, tell this story about the origin of humans. So in the beginning, the first humans were like spherical in shape. They were balls. There was a species of humanoids who had two male bodies within the same sphere, and they were associated with the sun. You had round hominids that had two female bodies, so two female genitalia, two female heads that were associated with the earth. And then you had hermaphroditic spherical humans who were associated with the moon. Now, interestingly, in the ninth Orphic hymn to the moon, she, as she's typically conceived of in the Greek world, is identified as being a hermaphrodite, the Orphic moon divinity. So that's kind of interesting and probably quite relevant. So in the myth, in short, I'll tell this myth properly in its own video because it warrants its own treatment. But these different kind of humans are too powerful and become a threat to the god and the gods and threaten to take control of the universe. So they're kind of punished by being severed in half. And then problematically, though, they yearn for reunification and they rub against each other, but their genitals are on their backsides and they can't copulate. So the gods intervene and rearrange their genitalia so that they can copulate for a while, but then stop, holding on to each other and yearning for reunification, get it over and done with, and then part ways for a little while and be more productive. Rather than pining away, rubbing against each other, unable to copulate. So obviously it's supposed to be funny, but underlying this mock anthropogony, or this parody of human creation, I think there are a lot of Orphic themes. So first of all, the idea that different planetary bodies are associated with different kinds of humans, I think relates back to like what we see in the Timaeus, where the demiurge, the creator god, plants human souls in different organs of time, that is to say different planetary and astral bodies, before they get incarnated as humans. And of course, stars and planets are spherical in the ancient conception. So hence there's a bit of an analogism between like the souls planted by the Orphic creator god in the planets and these like spherical beings. Also, the whole dynamic of being cut up and then coming back together, I think typologically strongly resembles the myth of Orphic anthropogony, whereby Dionysus is torn apart by the Titans and then is reassembled and resurrected. Okay. More on that will be in my video series on the Orphic mystery cult rites. Now, if you can read Greek, you might recognize on the tree on the right, there is a quote from this portion of the myth of humans being created in the Symposium. And the quote is actually produced in a music video by Lil Nas X. And it reads as follows. I'll translate the text here on the tree that's quoting the Symposium. So it says, because this nature was cut into halves, each half yearns for or desires, longs for the other half. So that's, explaining the dynamic in the story that I just spoke about how when these beings are halved, each component yearns for the other half. And of course, the fact that there are double males, double females, and hermaphrodites account for the fact that, there are heterosexual and homosexual pairings. At any rate, it also, by the way, obviously, the whole point of me bringing up that myth at this point relates to the whole idea that Protogonus-Phanes, as creator god, is a hermaphrodite, and then he splits into his female half night and copulates with her. That element is also present, I think, in that anthropogony, which, even though it's a joke in the Platonic context, its ultimate origins are Orphic. Okay, so now we've got an excerpt here from Damascius, 1600s AD, Neoplatonist writer, from his work that comments on Plato's Parmenides on questions and answers pertaining to the first principles. Okay, and it says, so Orpheus sets up in his cosmology Nux, night, as like companion to the male Phanes, and he speaks of paternal powers, and that's what he calls the Euingas. So Euinx is like, that's where we get the word jinx from in English. In this context of late Platonic theology, influenced by the so-called Chaldean oracles, they are, as you see, the seraphs and cherubims who are depicted here in Christian Eastern Orthodox iconography. They're like these celestial wheels with eyes on them, in short. In magical practice in late antiquity, which is where we get the meaning of our word jinx, they were like wheels that had sometimes like a bird pinned to it that you would use for like voodoo purposes. But that's like a very base meaning and application. There's also like a more elevated conception, which is these heavenly wheels that determine the fate of the universe. So Damascus says, just as Orpheus teaches, so too the Logia, that is the Chaldean oracles, they also have this paternal cosmological concept, and the gods like teach these ingays, these paternal powers, just as Orpheus says that only Nukes night ruled in the beginning. So that's a convoluted way of just saying that there are these rotating celestial wheels in the textual tradition called the Chaldean oracles that were greatly revered by Neoplatonist philosophers alongside the Orphic worldview. But what's critical for our purposes here is not so much the wheels, the jinxes, but rather the idea that Orpheus has Lady Night as this cosmogonic ruler at the very beginning who rules alone. Elsewhere, this same Orpheus tells us that Protogonus-Phanes is like the father and chief who's all alone. So rather than being a contradiction, I just think what that clearly means is that Nyx and Protogonus-Phanes are clearly the same being, and that being is hermaphroditic with a female male half. And together they make up one being who's the primary first ruler. So then Damascius goes on and says, she, Nyx, rules all genera, all species, and she does not necessarily have like a male component in accordance with herself per se, but rather she is like subordinated to male rulerships, male rulers. For the female component does not lead or rule in any way, but for among the female. So that's very convoluted, but I think what he's saying there is that like the male and female halves of the hermaphroditic demiurge like rule over their own kind. The female component only rules over like female elements of the cosmos, not over the male elements, and is ultimately subjugated to the male element, I guess is what's being said there. And then, incidentally, we have a fragment there from the Chaldean oracles about these uinges, these jinxes, these celestial wheels, that says they are noetic, and they noetically conceive, they engage in cognition from the Father, and they move through ineffable counsels or thoughts in such a manner that noesis occurs. So basically, just saying like they're like these wheel instruments that are the cognitive infrastructure of the Godhead, in short, is what is being said there. And the fact that they're like celestial starry wheels is quite significant, given that this hermaphroditic creator God is kind of identified with the surface of heaven that is like, you know, the starry body of Lady Night, so to speak. Now I've just got another fragment here from Proclus in his commentary on Plato's Cratylus. Okay, so here's Proclus on the Cratylus. He says, she, i.e. Nyx night, rules over the kingly series of the gods, and is like appointed by / out of Phanes. And this series of divinities goes all the way up to our Lord Dionysus. And the same very scepter has been handed down from above up until the last kingship, with only Cronus like inheriting the fourth kingly rank in the order of rulerships. And according to all the others, hubristically or blasphemically, it appears that they have a succession that accords to the mythic schema, whereby from heaven the scepter is given on to Zeus. But Nux, Lady Night, she actually received the scepter willingly from Phanes. Quote, now this is Orphic poetry. So incidentally, what all that means to say is that Proclus is pointing out that there are multiple generations of rulers in the Orphic cosmology, that Nix is like the first ruler alongside Protogonus-Phanes, and they have the scepter of rulership. And the scepter passes down many generations. The generations kind of resemble the typical Hesiotic tradition of succession, with Cronus being supplanted and so on. But the key point that is made here by Proclus is that in the Orphic tradition, the power sharing between Nux and Protogonus-Phanes is like peaceful, and indeed, like even implied, maybe even the Zeus's pregnancy happens kind of like consensually as well, rather than being a usurpation. So here's the actual quote now that Proclus preserves from Orphic poetry. So this clear scepter of rulership was placed in his hands by the goddess Night willingly, and thus he received dominion over all things. And Uranos, from the willing Night, received dominion over all things. So Uranos, heaven, was given the scepter by Nux, like consensually, right? Is what the fragment says there. Now, again, another quote from Damascius says, Phanes, according to Orpheus, was like not willing to cooperate with the other gods, and if he were to rule, he was to rule all that is within himself, and those things that are after him, Nux Night rules. So what exactly is being said there? I guess the implication is that Protogonus-Phanes is like a self-sufficient ultimate ruler, and that Nux is like subjugated to him, and that avatar of his like female half Nux, rules over like lower emanations from him, but he like remains undisturbed in his ultimate kingship. Something like that, I think, is being conveyed there. Now we have another commentary from Syrianus on the physics of Aristotle, Aristotle's work called the Physics. And here Syrianus says, they, the theologoi of old, the great theologians of the Orphic tradition, they say that night and heaven, Uranos, ruled, and before them there was a great father. And then he quotes from Orphic poetry, quote, he then took hold and distributed to the gods and to mortals the cosmos, from him who first ruled, and that first ruler was the renowned Ericapaeus. Okay, so pause there. Nothing new there other than the fact that Protogonus-Phanes is called Ericapaeus, which is just another name in later Orphic poetry that is used for Protogonus-Phanes. Now, the origin and antiquity of that name I might address elsewhere, but I think there is like material remains from Orphic cult, like lamellae, that is to say like gold tablets from funerary rites that mention that theonym. So I actually think it can be dated a lot further back than people might realize. the typical modern understanding is that it's like a Hellenistic or even late antique development, but I don't necessarily think so. I think that it could very well go back to the classical period, at least, and it could be from an Anatolian language because it's clearly not very Greekish, though who really knows? It's hard to make sense of that name. John Malalas, a Christian writer from Syria, late antiquity, he explains the name as meaning something like source of life, which is kind of interesting, but at any rate. So now I have here an image of the constellation Crater, right? The mixing bowl of wine, as it actually looks like there. Because this quote from Proclus's commentary on the Timaeus, it's positioned right at the point at which the demiurge in the Timaean creation story mixes the souls of humans in the same celestial mixing bowl wherein he mixed the anima mundi, right, the soul of the universe, which is to say that our souls are of the same structure and same stuff as the soul that animates the divine macrocosm, which is pretty cool. So the quote from Proclus says this, and others, they say that analogously or analogically, whatever, there were like two rulers left behind in heaven, namely Phanes and Nukes, and they are in the like upper class of divine beings, the uppermost class, but they are also like linked to the n-cosmic beings. So they are like exocosmic and n-cosmic, which is say they are like outside of the visible realm, but also linked to the things within the visible realm. For they ruled over the Noeric gods before the cosmos, and they were established in the aditon eternally. Now, what's an aditon? It means like the Holy of Holies, like the portion of a sacred vicinity of a temple that can't be entered by anyone else, right? So the universe is conceived of having like this upper echelon of the noetic world where like no one else can exist but for the hermaphroditic creator god, Protogonus/Nix. Okay, so just as Orpheus says, the text continues, this is the hidden rank of Phanes that cannot be revealed, like it's, and that's why he calls it the aditon, right? Like the Holy of Holies that cannot be seen, the secret, hidden, innermost sacred part of the temple. So this is the rotation of the same and the different, which is analogous to the male and the female, the fatherly and the generative. And one would not even go too far astray from the truth if they were to identify this with the sun and the moon, who are like opposites within the wandering planets, with the sun bearing resemblance to Phanes and the moon to Nukes. So what is he saying there? So those who haven't seen my Timaeus video or don't know about the Timaeus, right? When the demiurge of Plato's Timaeus creates the world soul, it has two bands, right? The same and the different. The two rotating bands of rotational cognition, phronesis, cognition, phora, rotation, right? So you have these two bands, astronomical bands of rotation that are modes of cognition, the same and the different. And Proclus here is claiming that those two bands that in Plato's Timaeus are identified with the oblique ecliptic, that is to say the zodiac belt of constellations, and thus the path of the sun, and with the celestial equator, these two bands of the same and the different, here Proclus identifies with like the male and the female, the sun and the moon. Proclus also identifies these two bands with nukes and Protogonus-Phanes. So that's kind of interesting because the two rotating elements of the world soul are being identified here with Protogonus-Phanes and nukes, who are parts of the same singular hermaphroditic creator god. And it's kind of interesting because here metaphysically he's linking the noetic transcendent godhead to like the immanent or visible created godhead. Okay, but at any rate, the main point, the main relevance of all this is the whole male-female hermaphroditic situation, right? So back to the text. If this is true, as it does seem to me, as I think so, says Proclus, the one demiurge of the wholes is analogous to the one who instituted through the father Phanes the Noeric realm. And so the theologian, just as he has offspring of Uranus and Ger, there is a vivific or vivifying, life-giving, life-generating crater or mixing bowl within night, from which comes forth the whole life of all things out of the invisible things, along with Phanes. And this crater, this mixing bowl, like births or generates the soul of the total soul of all things in the cosmos. So all that's to simply say is that he's identifying the mixing bowl of the soul of the anima mundi, as well as all the souls of humans, with the procession of the visible things out of the invisible things, and with the kind of hermaphroditic sexual coupling of night and Phanes. And keep in mind the name Phanes means like the shining one, so it is an inherently solar name. So you get like Lady Night and and Mr. Sun, the shining father, right? And hence why it's relevant to the anima mundi, which is an astronomical concept about the measuring of time, because the sun and moon, of course, give us the calendar of the year. So, and there's the classic male solar and lunar female. So, where are we up to now? Okay, so it is better that both before the cosmos, noetically conceived as the demiurge, analogously ranked through Phanes for this universe to be like likened to him, according to the creation of the wholes, of all the wholes, as in with a W, right? All things. And she is presumably Nukes is yoked to him, and invisibly the generative power of all things, of all the wholes, with the W, they invisibly come out of and proceed out of the Father. And after these various kingships succeed each other in cosmic arrangement, analogously to the Noeric orders. So whoa, what's going on there? In simple English, what he's saying is that just as like the hermaphroditic creator God involved splitting into like Protogonus-Phanes, the male, and Nukes, the female, and then from them generated a vast array and rankings of noeric or noetic gods. Under that, you have consequent kingship. So the baton of rulership, right? The scepter is passed on by Lady Night and Protogonus-Phanes to Uranos, and then Uranos passes it on to subsequent, like let's say, sub-lunar deities, and they create a multiplicity of gods that are cosmic, that are within the visible world, as opposed to the noetic gods or noeric gods who are exocosmic, who are up and beyond this visible universe, if that makes sense. So in this Neoplatonic reading or construction of the Orphic theology, you have noetic original gods slash hermaphroditic god, namely Protogonus-Phanes and Nukes, and they breed and create like, you know, this order, this whole genealogical cosmological order of noeric gods. And then you have like these lower divinities that manifest more in the visible realm that also create their rankings and series, genealogical series of lower divinities that are ontologically distinct, if that makes sense. Hopefully it does. That's how Proclus is understanding Orphic theology. Now, what exactly was originally imagined by Orpheus, who knows? Whether it was exactly this, probably not. This is obviously quite metaphysically Baroque, but nonetheless, it is interesting in so much as it tells us about the relationship between Nukes and Protogonus-Phanes. Okay, what do we have next? Back to the text. Yeah, the mention, I should say that the mention of like successive kingships is something that was pointed out in an earlier fragment, which is familiar to us from like the Hesiotic narrative of the, you know, the succession myth of rulers in the cosmos. But here it's a lot more elaborate and interesting. Okay, so, and if this thing is to be sought out by us, if we are to seek out this thing, why did not the subsequent successive kingships take on like an analogous structure? It is more attentive of us instead to say that this is the tradition of Orpheus. And then he quotes, the kingship out of which the first kingship was that of Uranos and of Ger, of earth, heaven and earth. So he extols that first kingship, which is the common custom among the Greeks, just as Cratylus himself says. And the text goes on. But the point that's being made here is actually harkens all the way back to our interpretation of the Daveni Papyrus, right? This confusion about like, Uranos kind of identified as the first ruler, but then you have Protogonus-Phanes who's the first ruler. What's going on? So the whole voluntary giving of the scepter of rulership by Lady Night to Uranos is used as like a backstory, so to speak, for how the Orphic theology reconciled itself with other dominant, like Hesiotic and so on, theogonic traditions that had heaven and earth as like the first rulers. The Orphic cosmology embodies heaven and earth as first rulers as well, but more like first endocosmic rulers, as opposed to Night and Protogonus-Phanes, who are the first exocosmic rulers. Hopefully that makes sense. So in a sense, they're both first rulers, these couples, but one rules beyond this visible world in the noeric world, then the others live in this visible world. Rule in this visible world. So you have two first rulers, and you might say, but they're not really first then. But they are, because there are different ontological orders of existence, if that makes sense. Obviously, this is all very convoluted and Baroque, but what do you expect from Neoplatonic philosophers? But he points out, Proclus, he points out that Uranos and Ger being like the first rulers is the more customary thing in the Greek world, and that Orpheus is a bit extraordinary in having this noeric exocosmic set of gods before that, namely Protogonus-Phanes and Nukes, who are in fact one hermaphroditic creator. Okay. who then pass on rulership to Uranus and Ger. And it's really interesting to note that this first king of the endocosmic visible world, the visible heavens, Uranus, right? He obviously is very much ontologically related to night, because Lady Night and the heavenly star-studded sky obviously have overlap. They kind of share the same body in a certain sense, even though there's an ontological distinction, because Lady Night, Nux, is noeric, whereas Uranus is more, let's say, equivalent to like the quintessential ether, right? Like the very refined level of material visible existence that is almost noetic, but not quite. I would conceive of the fifth element, ether, in this Platonico-Orphic tradition as being like some kind of intermediate status between the non-material, non-elemental noeric or slash noetic world and the sublunar elemental visible world. Ether's like somewhere in between. It's like kind of not visible, kind of physical, kind of not, kind of material, kind of mental. It's in this bizarre twilight zone, this in-between space, right? It's liminal. That's the word, liminal. All right. So now we turn to, again, to Proclus and his comments on the Timaeus. And he says, these are the three nooses, the three like minds and demiurges, whom Emilius, a Neoplatonic thinker, puts forward, hypothetically, whom he claims are present in Plato's Timaeus at Stephanus page 40e. These three kings, who according to Orpheus are these three, Phanes, Uranus, and Kronos. And according to him, the one who is more the demiurge, who's the most the demiurge, so to speak, is Phanes. So what is that to say? Well, that is to simply say that Proclus is telling us that Emilius, a Neoplatonist thinker, followed Orpheus in presuming that there are like three demiurges, Phanes, Uranus, and Kronos, but Phanes is like the true ultimate demiurge. So this relates back to what we've discussed earlier about like lower demiurges emanating out of the primary demiurge. But what's interesting is Stephanus page 40e of the original Platonic text called the Timaeus. I've extracted that paragraph here, and this is what it says. So Timaeus, Plato's Timaeus, says this about the other gods, daimones. To speak of them and to know their genesis is something much greater than we can possibly achieve. So instead, let us trust or believe, obey. It is better to obey and trust those who have spoken about these divinities in former times, in the past, for they themselves were offspring of the gods, as they themselves say. And so clearly they, these bards of old, as offspring of the gods, they must obviously know their own ancestors very well. It is impossible for us to disbelieve the children of the gods, even if they speak without likely and necessary proofs of what they say. But rather, since they speak of things that are familiar to them, we should follow the customary law and believe them in what they say, what they promulgate. So basically, in short, what Plato's Timaeus is saying here is like, hey, well, you know, there are these other gods. So he at this point in the text has just described the planetary and astral gods in great astronomical and theological depth. And then he goes, oh yeah, by the way, there's these other gods, like the gods of traditional mythology and religion, who are like anthropomorphic. And I'm not going to talk about them. That's like beyond my capacity. I can only talk about the astronomical gods as an astronomer. But I will say this, that there are prophets of old in our own cultural tradition, and those prophets are like blood descendants of the gods themselves. And heck, we better believe them because they're relatives of the gods and they would know about their own relatives. And even if they are like wild, inspired prophets who are irrational, who can't explain and justify their own viewpoints, nonetheless, they should be believed because they are their relatives. Now, many people today, as moderns, read this and say, that's a joke, right? There's no way Plato really means what he's saying here. There's no way that Plato thinks that these bards, these prophetic poets who claim to be children of the gods really were, and that their theology should be trusted when they speak without proofs. So they presume it's sardonic or sarcastic here. But there's nothing in the text that indicates it's sardonic. I actually just read it exactly as it says and as I just read it. I just think he's saying, no, there are bards who are children of the gods and they describe anthropomorphic gods and they must know about them. Now, why am I justified in holding this position? Well, in Plato's Republic, Plato's Socrates does say things like, even though he wants to exile the poets from his ideal city, so no Hesiod, no Homer, because they are bad influence on the youths, he nonetheless says, but nonetheless, we do have these, we're going to still preserve the poetry of Homer and Hesiod, but only like the super well-educated elite philosophers are going to be allowed to read it, and they have to like keep it secret so that it doesn't badly influence young children. But once you're fully formed, then you're ready to encounter this like intense material that's very like violent and perverted, and you'll be able to make sense of it. So what is the point of all this? The point is Plato and his acolytes, they don't see the anthropomorphic gods of Homer and Hesiod as non-historical falsehoods. They think that they have historicity, that they're real beings who did real things and actually exist, and that the prophets describing them are real and legitimate, but they just think that children shouldn't hear about that. Only elite philosophers should hear about that. It's too bitter and violent and intense a truth to be faced by the unphilosophical minds. Only elites like us can read those once we're fully formed and maturated, which is pretty cool as a mentality, I think. At any rate, see where I'm going with this, why my reading's right. There's no reason to think that they're being sarcastic. Plato's not like an atheist. He believes in the traditional theology of his time. Even if he has pedagogical criticisms of it, saying that, children shouldn't hear this story doesn't mean that I don't believe it and it's not part of my religion. It just means that I don't think children should hear it, right? And that they should become philosophical adults before they hear it. Make sense? Okay, so all that said, now we're getting back to this section of the Timaeus. And he says, so according to them, such is the genesis of these gods, i.e. the anthropomorphic mythic ones, the non-planetary ones, so shall it be had, so shall it be said. And then he like quotes now some kind of unnamed theogonic poet who's a child of the gods. They are, so the children of earth and heaven, of Ger and Uranus, are Oceanus and Tethys. They were so birthed in such a way. And then from them, Phorcus, Cronos and Rhea and all the others. And then from Cronos and Rhea, Zeus and Hera, and again, all those other siblings whom we know, as we call them. And the offspring of these were others yet again. But there are many gods who revolve, peripolusin, visibly, phaneros, and there are also those who manifest insomuch as they will it. Those gods have genesis. And the grand demiurge, Nous, the creator god, said to them, these gods, collectively, both those which revolve manifestly and those which manifest particularly as they wish, he addressed to them thus when he said to the universe, and then it goes on. But the point here that I want to point out is that Plato already in the classical period, in his Timaeus, he has his Timaeus say that there are like two ranks of gods who have genesis. That is to say, there are two birthed or generated species of gods. There are those that revolve manifestly, meaning planets and stars, and then those that manifest according to their will. those are the anthropomorphic gods of like traditional poetry of Homer and Hesiod. So that's pretty interesting. You have this taxonomy of generated gods, planetary ones and anthropomorphic mythic ones. Okay, he believes both exist. Okay, maybe he thinks that the planetary ones are more noble than the the anthropomorphically manifesting ones. I think that's implicit because in the Republic, the law, Lore, of the anthropomorphically manifesting ones is like hidden for the elites and it's too violent to be told to children. Whereas the beautiful planetary gods are introduced to children straight away and they are a major focus of the education system, right? So that kind of makes sense that there are two species of generated gods, the Homerico-Hesiotic anthropomorphic ones that are deranged, but also have good traits as well, a mixed bag, and they just randomly appear in whatever form they want to, whenever they want, just as the traditional stories tell. Plato's not saying the traditional stories are not factual or that he disbelieves or wants to totally destroy them. He just wants to limit their circulation and their influence on the education system. Okay, and he wants to give greater dominance to the planetary gods. But what's interesting in all this is if Plato and his Timaeus, as they say here, if you have like species of generated gods, he doesn't say anything about ungenerated gods expressly. But I think implicitly, if you talk about generated gods, then there are implicitly ungenerated gods. So you know in all these Proclean fragments, we've been talking about how there's like noeric or noetic gods that are exocosmic, that are out beyond the realms of the cosmos. And then you have like created endocosmic ones within the visible world. Maybe that's not actually just like a Baroque fabrication of later Neoplatonist thinkers. Maybe implicitly already here it's present, right? Because you have visible gods that have generation, and implicitly you have invisible noetic gods that are not generated. Yes, it's implicit, and you can say I'm reading that into the text, but it's possible, right? Who's to say? At any rate, we've spoken about like generations of kingship and so on. So this is a bit random. It's hard to work out how this Orphic fragment corresponds with all of our other data from Orpheus. But the value of this fragment, I guess, is it shows us just how much genealogical like variation there is within the Orphic cosmogonic / theogonic poetic tradition. So this fragment comes from the commentary of Alexander, the Aphrodisian, on the metaphysics of Aristotle. And you can see there the crumbling remnants of his hometown in Asia Minor. So he says, there are certain members from among the theologians now who promulgate in series that there was the good and the best after the nature of the onta, of the true beings, and that they say that the ancient poets place this very close to the things that are about the good and the best. This is like good and best with capitals in Platonic / Aristotelian thought. So Orpheus apparently hinted at this, says Alexander, and he said that the good and the best were after the others. For the thing that governs and rules over the nature of the all is the good and the best, and Zeus rules and has power, and Zeus therefore is the good and the best, like the ultimate cosmological principles, the good and the best with capitals. For first Orpheus said chaos was generated or arose, then after Oceanus, then Nyx or Nukes, and then fourth heaven, and then after this Zeus became king of the immortal gods, which is clear that he considers Zeus, Dias, to be the same as the good and the best, and that he considers him to be after Chaos, Oceanus, Nyx, and Uranos. And they say, these poets, that others like changed the situation and placed other deities in different positions to make them like governors of the things that exist. And first they say Ericapeus, the renowned, ruled, says the Orphic poetry, and then after him, Night, she had the scepter that was in the hands of the stately Ericapeus, i.e. Protogonus-Phanes, and then after her, Nyx, was Uranos, who was the first to rule the gods after his mother Night. And so these people, these Orphic poets and theologians, they change the good and the best and render it after other rulers. So what is all that to say, right? I don't know if you could follow my very literal translation of the Greek, but all that Alexander is doing here is he's simply saying that there's a lot of diversity among the Orphic theologians and poets, and that they have different genealogies with different sets of rulers at different times, and it's all a bit unclear because Zeus is considered like the ultimate cosmological principle, the good and the best, and yet he's like further down in a series of deities, like he's not like the foremost original one. And this presents like a kind of ontological, epistemological, and theological problem. But it's not really a problem, right? Because Zeus is a later being, okay, sure, and he's like an underling ontologically in a sense from his birth. But then when he swallows and ingests the ultimate principle, Protogonus-Phanes, Ericapeus, right? The true original demiurge, the supreme mind, and he himself becomes the supreme mind, then even though he's like a later addition, he's arisen to the highest office and has become the best and the top dog because he's ingested the top dog in simple terms. And so it's that very dynamic that allows for such a variegated, even conflicting set of genealogies across the Orphic poets, because really there are many poems that are Orphic. You could almost say there are many Orpheuses, probably, but they're all bound not so much by the fact that they have the exact same listings of orders of ruling divinities, because they don't. They have different listings. What they do all share in common, though, I would say, is an implicit monism and henotheism that's all tied to the fact that Zeus is the ultimate principle and the one who contains all things and is the totality of all things, not because of his inherent nature by birth per se, but because he swallowed the one, Protogonus-Phanes, who was the inherent, original, uppermost, best, all-containing principle. Fair enough? Hopefully that makes sense. And you can see how in such a monistic, henotheistic cosmology, you can afford to have discrepancies and complexities and lack of consistency, because you can always just revert to the fact that, look, regardless of who was first and who was when, like it's all within that grand one singular body, which is beyond time. So we don't have to worry even about order, if you know what I mean. And I should also point out back here where I was talking about this segment from Timaeus, I've got a little box here with the red arrow you can see with the table of descent. So Martin West, in his book on the Orphic poems, he has Night as like the first cosmological principle, and then has Uranos and Ger, and then has Oceanus and Tethys, and then has Phorcus, Kronos, Rhea, and others, and then has Zeus, Hera, and others, which is what we heard in the text. But the text doesn't mention Night. He just randomly, like in his study, places Night there, even though she isn't specified in here, which is a bit bizarre. Like, I don't know why he feels entitled to do that. Sure, Night is described as the primary Orphic deity in other sources, but she doesn't occur in this genealogy. And we don't actually know that here, when Plato has his Timaeus quote an example of a poet, a bard, who is a descent of the gods, talking about the gods, the anthropomorphic ones, it's unclear like who that poet is. He just gives a genealogy that he assumes his audience knows, and indeed they would have known, but we don't know. but we do have reason to presume it probably is Orpheus. And if it's not, because we should keep in mind, Hesiod and Homer are humans. They're not children of gods. Orpheus is the seed of a divinity, or of divinities, of Apollo and a muse. But there are other such characters like Linus and Musaeus, whose poetry, it seems, were very similar to Orpheus, and their like origin stories are similar too. They also have divine blood. So there's Homer and Hesiod are very authoritative theologians slash poets, but then you have like Orpheus, Musaeus, and Linus, who were also very authoritative, important, bards, prophets, seers, poets, but they actually were children or descendants of the gods, which gave them, like, in a sense here, according to Plato's Timaeus, more authority because they're speaking about their own relatives. And I don't think that's like a joke. I think that's a very serious point. I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? If someone literally is semi-divine and they start telling you about divinity, it makes sense to follow them, right? They know what they're talking about. They're part divinity. The only reason you would view that sardonically is if you don't believe in divinity, which is most modern people. But we're not talking about modern people, we're talking about ancient people. At any rate, so now I just want to look at a little fragment here that's from Apollonius of Rhodes, so a Hellenistic poet in the court of the Ptolemies in Egypt, Hellenistic Greek, Greco-Macedonian Egypt. And so his most famous surviving work is the Argonautica, right? An epic poem that tells the story of the Argonauts. And Orpheus is in the crew of the Argonauts, and there is a scene within this epic where whilst he's on board with the Argonauts, as you see in that painting there, he sings a cosmogonic song, right? And so this is what it says. So, and then the text of Apollonius says this: he, Orpheus, took up in his like left hand the citharus, this musical instrument, and he made a go at song. And he sung of earth and heaven and the sea, who formerly were all unified together in one single form, but then strife caused a rift to occur between each of them, such that the unified whole was divided. And it goes on, that theogonic poem. It's a bit onerous for me to go through all of it here. Maybe it warrants its own treatment even. But in short, one of the things that is present in that theogony that's quite distinctive via the other well-known Greek theogonies is that there's mention of like this serpentine adversary of God, of Zeus, I should say, who is not Typhon or Typhaeus, but instead is called Ophion. Ophis means serpent in Greek, so serpentine dude, Ophion. And Origen, the famed Christian writer, also mentions this cosmogonic battle between Zeus and Ophion, and he also preserves material from Pherecydes alongside that. But also this idea that we see in the Apollonian poem of like a unified form, like splitting, to me, into sections of like sectors of the cosmos, like earth, sea, and heaven. That to me is very reminiscent of the egg from which Protogonus-Phanes, the soul of created divinity, arises, which we're going to see in other later sources. But it's also reminiscent of a fragment from Euripides' play that has not survived in its entirety, titled Melanippe the Wise. So there, the titular character says this: it is not my story or myth, but rather I heard it from my mother, namely that the heaven and the earth once had one form, and that's verbatim the same, morphe mia, verbatim the same as what Apollonius has in this Euripidean fragment. So in this cosmogony, heaven and earth had one form, but they separated between each other. And from that, all things were birthed and were brought into the light of day, namely trees, birds, beasts, all of them that the like salty sea nourishes all these races, these genera, species of mortal creatures and mortal beings. Okay, so again, this idea of like the splitting of one thing into heaven and earth, yeah, is, as we're going to see later when we look at like Orphic cosmogonies preserved in late antique writers, which describe the ex ovo cosmogony, or at the birthing of the universe from an egg. It very much resembles that. Now, we also have I've inserted here on the bottom, a scholiast's comment, marginal comment in the manuscript of that preserves Apollonius of Rhodes's Argonautica. So here, the scholiast quotes a lost work by Apollodorus titled Peritheon, on the gods, wherein he says, Hesiod claimed that Eros arose out of chaos, whereas in the poetry ascribed to Orpheus, he arose out of chronos with a ch, that is time, capital T. Whereas chronos with a ch, time, birthed Eros and all of the wind spirits. Okay, so that's just interesting to know that Apollodorus, the original Apollodorus, claimed that, or preserved the fact that Orpheus told of a demiurgic Eros being birthed by Chronos, time. That's highly significant because, as we're going to see, the whole Protogonus-Phanes nukes hermaphroditic demiurge situation gets slightly more complicated by the fact that that being arises from an egg, and in some of these Orphic cosmologies preserved in Hellenistic times and late antiquity, you get Chronos, time, as a serpent constricting the egg that hatches, out of which arises the creator god. So we'll look like more at those sources probably in another video, because there's a lot to get through, as you can imagine. But I should also add that in addition to the Argonautica of Apollonius of Rhodes, we actually have another Argonautica. We actually have the Orphic Argonautica. And in that text, we encounter again a similar but slightly different cosmogony that says this: and time, chronos with a ch, and time birthed in his like boundless bosom the dual-natured ether with a far-ranging voice, namely the renowned Eros, who is the renowned father of the like ever pure night nukes, whom the more recent mortals call Phanes. He was the first one to shine forth. So what does that mean? In this Orphic Argonautica, which people typically date to late antiquity or the Hellenistic period, but who really knows about its nature? At any rate, what's going on here? So we have Chronos, time, is like the first being, and time gives birth to dual-natured, dual-natured ether, who is also called Eros, who is the dad of nukes, and who is also called Phanes, and who was the first one to ever shine forth. So you get this idea of that I hinted at just now of like the egg-born Phanes as a hermaphrodite who splits into nukes is being generated by the serpentine time, and whose name means like the shining forth and has solar qualities. So all of this is to foreshadow our later discussion of the hatching from the egg, the idea of unity, like breaking forth into multiplicity and so on. Now, I should mention that just before I move on, this idea that strife, nakos, causes the unitary whole to split apart is very Empedoclean, right? Empedocles, in his thought, in his cosmology, had this idea of like love and strife as competing cosmogonic forces that bring together the unitary body of the supreme and all-encompassing pantheistic Godhead, Sphiros, the sphere. I'm not going to get too burdened down with the details of all this because it's very complicated. I strongly direct people towards a great secondary source that treats a lot of the complexity of the primary source materials, by Oliver Primavesi. It's titled Pythagorean Ratios in Empedocles. And in short, just to briefly summarize the nature of his argument, which is very sound and constructed from ancient and medieval sources in an impeccable way. It's blemishless. It's it's an amazing piece of scholarship. So in short, though, he explains that the tetractys ratio that I've got there, you can see it's like a counting out of like 1, 2, 3, 4 in opposite directions. If you've seen my Timaeus video, which you should if you want to understand this stuff, that text, the Timaeus itself, starts with Socrates counting 1, 2, 3, 4. That's how it opens, and that's like a highly significant programmatic opening of the text. And then, of course, when the demiurge in Timaeus' story constructs the anima mundi, the world soul, he God, the demiurge, creates the world soul as like a musical scale out of these numbers, out of this tetractys. And the tetractys was very famed amongst the Pythagoreans, and thus I would say the Orphics, because we know from the Suda, the Byzantine 1100 AD encyclopedia, that many Orphic texts were actually written by Pythagoreans. So at any rate, you see this numerical diagram has like the breakdown of how the tetractys informs these cyclical periods of like love expanding and consolidating the spherical oneness of the Godhead that is the universe, and then strife where it starts to like disintegrate and fall apart, and it does that in an eternal cycle of coming together and falling apart, right? So Theophrastus, in his work on the opinions of the physicists, we have a surviving fragment where he says, Empedocles of Agrigento, or ancient Akragas, in Sicily, which is where he's from, who was birthed not that long after Anaxagoras, was a zealous and close follower of Parmenides, but even more so of the Pythagoreans. So he ties him to the Pythagoreans, which is pretty self-explanatory. And then we have Olympiodorus, a like late antique Neoplatonist philosopher and alchemist. He, in his commentary on the Gorgias, says this: on account of these things, the philosopher from Akragas, from Agrigento, i.e. Empedocles, rebuked the idea of anthropomorphic gods as they are told in the myths of the poets. Rather, he instead had this conception about Apollo, that he was like a logos who contained all things within himself, and in the same way, he showed forth in simplicity the divine all. And then he says, so that's Olympiodorus's explanation of Empedocles' position. And then you get this quote. But basically what Olympiodorus is saying there is that like Empedocles like reformed the anthropomorphism of traditional mythology by putting forward this like non-anthropomorphic, pantheistic, all-encompassing spherical Godhead. And then this is a poetic quote now. He had neither a human head, nor limbs, he the ultimate Godhead, nor hands, nor swift knees, nor hairy genitals, but rather was an ineffable, holy mind, totally singular, who swiftly speeds about the entire cosmos purely through thought. So this all-encompassing spherical divine mind. So what's the point of all this? Remember how I said how there's a denouncing of like wings and of genitals and limbs in Empedocles? We also see it in the text of the Timaeus. what we get through Olympiodorus, the late antique Neoplatonist, here is insight into the early Empedoclean/Pythagorean understanding of like a spherical, all-encompassing pantheistic godhead who has like a cyclical lifespan determined by this musical harmony of the tetractys 1, 2, 3, 4 ratio, with these cycles of like loving cohesion and strife-ridden sparagmos or dismemberment. And so that's like this whole idea of the lifespan of the universe that I've spoken about extensively in my Timaeus and Republic video. At any rate, that's all just interesting backstory to Orphic cosmology, and recall that the egg is probably that original sphere, right? And then the breaking of the egg is the beginning of multiplicity, and it's in the Pythagorean tradition connected to like number and music and astronomy. Okay. And it would be remiss to mention now this information that we get from Plutarch's tractate on the epsilon at Delphi. Now, so Empedocles has this idea of Sphiros, the godhead, as like a ball bound together by love, but that disintegrates as a singular sphere, Sphiros, who is torn apart by seasonal decay and unraveling into multiplicity. Remember that I mentioned like the sphere men, the hermaphroditic sphere men of Plato's mock Orphic anthropogony in the Symposium. Well, I think both Empedocles and that story is tied to this description of Dionysus. Recall that in one of the fragments we studied, it's mentioned that like Dionysus is the successor of Zeus and of Protogonus-Phanes in like the Orphic description of sets of divine rulerships of kingdoms. Not only does Dionysus hold the same scepter, I would say he's actually like of the same essence as Zeus and Protogonus-Phanes. He's like an avatar of the same all-encompassing singular godhead in this very nuanced henotheistic monistic theology. Now, let's look at what Plutarch says. He's getting this information from the priesthood at Delphi. So he says, so there is this change into the generation of the winds, of the water, of the earth, of the stars, of the plants, and of the animals, through these different cosmic arrangements that resemble, or that embody, I should say, the suffering, the pathema, that is the transformation and change that resulted from the sparagmos, or the breaking apart and dismemberment of Dionysus. And this is hinted at. So just stopping there for a second. What he's saying is that the priesthood of Delphi told Plutarch, and he tells us, that like all the shifting of elements in the cosmos, right, wind and earth and water and the stars and the plants and the animals, the constant generation and degeneration, birthing and death, the cycle of like reincarnation of the visible world, all of that in there, like in the Orphic mystagogic theology of Delphi, is part of like the ever renewing cyclical lifespan of the all-encompassing Godhead, who's like perpetually dying and rising. Okay, in short, that's what's being said there. Back to the passage, he says, and they call this Godhead that is like constantly being dismembered in all the elements of the visible world, they call him Dionysus and Zagreus and Nyctelius and Isodites. And they refer to many like destructions and corruptions, as well as like cosmic deaths and cosmic rebirths, palingenesia, right? And they have these like riddles that are familiar to them, that are conveyed through their like ever shifting speech, various myths and riddles that are to the effect that they convey these kinds of doctrines. then we also get mention of, I go across the page now to underneath the image where it says, the periods are not totally equal, the periods of like cosmic shifts in time, for there are greater periods that are called like the satiation, and then there is the period of like the oracular promulgation, which is the lesser period, and they are kept according to a ratio. And so they consequently, according to the year and how it correlates with that ratio, they use a particular Pian hymn, Apollonian hymn, for making sacrifice. So what does that mean? What that's saying is, remember how I mentioned that like diagram from Prima Versi that has like the tetractys ratios of like the cycle of the regeneration of the cosmos. Well, I think that is, if not the exact same, at least a similar Orphico-Pythagorean theology as what is held by the Delphic priesthood here and what is told to Plutarch, that there are these set periods that rotate between like cosmic destructions and cosmic rebirths, and that this ever-renewing God is the dismembered Dionysus. So that's what I'm talking about by when I say like the spherical Godhead who is the all, who's ever breaking down and ever coming back together again, who is the multiplicity and the singularity. That being is Dionysus, and that Dionysus of the Orphics is also Zeus and is also Protogonus-Phanes. They're like singular avatars of the same all-encompassing monistic, henotheistic divinity. And an important element here in this Delphic priestly Orphic theology that is narrated to us by Plutarch is he makes mention of conflagration, ekpyrosis. So he says, and 3 to 1, so they're talking about like ratios of division of time. In this cosmic arrangement, diakosmosis, they think that this is the time of the conflagration, right, the ekpyrosis. So they had like calculations of like the lifespan of the God cosmos, the divine macrocosm, and they believe that, you know, after set periods of time, a great fire would consume everything and then it would start again and get rebirthed. So that's ekpyrosis is typically called a Stoic doctrine. And so modern scholars, when they study this, they go, this is an instance of the Delphic priesthood coming under the influence of Stoic philosophy. But is it really that? Or is it that this is an Orphic theology that shaped Plato's Timaeus, that shaped Stoicism? Like, let's get our content in the right order, right? The egg did indeed come before the chicken. Let's not be stupid here, right? At any rate, so Plato's Cratylus now. Again, it warrants its own video, but I'm just going to briefly mention one really important, interesting etymology. So the word in ancient Greek for year is eniautos, okay? Plato's text, the Cratylus, etymologizes that word folklorically as meaning en hautoi, right? In himself. So what that means is Plato's saying, and he's borrowing from the like hierophantic priestly exegesis of religion in his time. He tells us that Plato tells us that the year was conceived as this all-containing being. Okay. Now, I think it's not so. This mosaic here depicts either chronos with a ch, time, or eon, eternity. In the Timaeus, those are distinct things. Chronos is like generated or created. Eon is eternal and uncreated, eternity. And it's the difference between being and becoming in his epistemology and ontology. But that's not, we don't need to worry too much about that. We can treat them at a certain sense, in a certain way, as like, if not synonymous, at least very analogous. At any rate, so notice the similarity in this mosaic. to what we see in the Modena relief that we've seen earlier with Protogonus-Phanes coming out of the egg, right, with the eggshell on his head, and also having the zodiac belt around him. Here too, there's the zodiac belt around this anthropomorphic divinity. But it's this idea of like the all-encompassing one, the year, right? So the zodiac is the path of the sun that symbolizes the year. The sun makes its way through all the zodiac signs in the various months, the 12 months. So Chronos, time himself, is thus depicted. But this idea of the sphere or the circle of heaven as all containing and embodying the infrastructure of time is highly significant. And I think this mosaic does is a great assistance along with that etymology of the year, eniautos, as containing everything within himself, and healtoi. It's quite a cool thing. So what I want to flesh out, right, is this idea that the monistic, all-containing theology of Orphic religion is also tied into like astronomy and conceptions of the universe as like contained in a singular sphere, the outer rim of which is the ethereal heavens. Okay, so I've got some passages here, and the two of them, the first two, are extracted from the introduction written by Achilles Tatius, his introduction to Aratus's Phenomena, which is like an astronomical poem that goes through the constellations. It's actually a versification of the writings of a very early Platonic astronomer. So that prose text is lost, but it survives through Aratus's Hellenistic poetic version of that former prose text. So in this text, we read this. So this taxus, this order, which we give to the sphere, the Orphics claim that it is similar to an egg, similar to the cosmogonic egg. So according to this account, there is like a shell on an outer shell in this egg, and that is the heaven, VV the all, and all things are like kind of like attached to or dependent on this outer rim that is the heaven, that is ether, that is like that goes about circularly on the exterior, and then you have and that exterior is like an outer layer or hymen, right, membrane. And then he goes on to say, like, oh, there are other people who think that the cosmos has like a conical shape, others who say that it has a spherical shape, others say it has an egg-like shape. And that is the belief that comes forth from the Orphic mystery rites, those who perform the Orphic mystery rites. And on account of this, they claim that it is likely that the universe has like the icon or appearance shape of an egg. Now, this is quite interesting. So in Plato's Symposium, in the context of Plato's Aristophanes describing the halving of the sphere man, he actually provides us with an image of an egg being cut in half by a horsehair. Okay, very specific detail. Now, we know from the Suda, the Byzantine 1100s AD encyclopedia, that among the very many texts ascribed to Orpheus, one of them was called Orskopica or Orthusia, right? Egg sacrificing or an egg examination. So, and we also know here from Achilles Tatius that part of the Orphic mystery rites was egg cutting. So I think what that means, this is my guesswork, but it does come out of texts. It's not baseless speculation, even if it is speculative. I think that there's reason to believe that the Orphic rites involved a kind of symbolic recapitulation of the ex ovo cosmogony, right? That is to say that hierophants, priests, would like simulate the birthing of the universe Protogonus-Phanes out of the ethereal egg by slicing an egg with a horsehair in this mystery rite ritual. And that relates to why they think and believe that the universe is like egg-shaped, i.e. is spherical. And that would account for why human souls were first implanted in spherical celestial bodies, planets and stars, and why they have that myth about like the sphere men being cut and so on. At any rate, another passage from Achilles Tatius's introduction to Aratus's phenomena says this, the middle passage. And on account of this, Theocritus says that we take our beginnings from Zeus, and the muses conclude with Zeus, and that Orpheus ascribed all time to Zeus, saying, Zeus is the beginning, the middle, and from him all things were created. That's that line from the Zeus hymn that we've encountered many times before. And on account of this, it is the old custom to, when one is composing like poetry, to start with Zeus as the arche. But what's interesting about that is the idea that praying to Zeus at the beginning is like a kind of, religiously is conceived of a kind of accrediting to the fact that in the Orphic theology, all things were birthed out of Zeus and became pregnant with the all upon swallowing Protogonus-Phanes. And it also relates to what we're talking about with the Timaeus, about how like the poet is like a microcosmic analog and imitator of the macrocosmic poet, i.e. God the creator, Zeus. Okay, cool. Then we've also got comments here from Zeus, the high medieval commentator on Lycophron, who's, depending on your dating, either a Hellenistic poet or a Roman era poet. At any rate, the quote from Zeus says this, and Orpheus writes that aside from astrological and like magical charm texts and the other hymns, like to Zeus and to other such divinities, it is written that Zeus is the beginning, Zeus is the end, the ultimate, the ruler of lightning, he's the head, he's the middle, and from him all things are made. So that's just another instance of that same quote there. Now, since we've mentioned Aratus's phenomena, I might as well mention the fact that there is reason to think that Aratus was aware of Orphic cosmology, and that cosmology was like the one that we see attested in the Davini Papyrus, because we have in Aratus's poem at the beginning here is, let us begin from Zeus, or out of Zeus, who men never leave unspoken. For all the streets are full of Zeus, and all the agorae, the marketplaces of mankind, and the sea is full, and so too like the harbors. For we all like make use of Zeus on all sides, for we are his stock, we are his like birthings. Now that last part, like we are his genos, we are his like genus, his species, we are like born out of him. I agree that I think that is like very much a distinctly Orphic idea. So in my videos on the Orphic mystery rites that are forthcoming, depending on when you see this video, I suppose, or already there, depending when you view this, I will address the fact that there are like, we have gold tablets from the Orphic cultic context that describe humans as the children of both heaven and earth. So I think that's part of this whole like monistic conception that we all have come forth from the pregnancy of an all-containing Zeus, so we are all of the same stock as him. That's like a radical belief, right? That we are of the same essence as the Godhead. Like, that's not exactly how it is in Christianity, right? And other such religions, Islam, Judaism, though it gets a bit complicated maybe with like the Kabbalah and so on. But at any rate, in essence, at least in Orthodox Christianity, there's like a distinction between the uncreated Godhead and divine essence and the created essence of humans and other created things. God is uncreated. Created things are not of the same essence. Even if they can like build communion and participate, they're not of the same essence by default. Whereas here, the human soul is like perceived of as actually being of the same stuff as God himself, capital G, which is like a very intense belief that's quite different to what we might be used to. At any rate, that quote about we are his genos, we have the same like stock as him, we are his like offspring, that's quoted by St. Paul in his sermon on the Areopagus, where he goes like, in him we move and breathe, and we are of the same stock as him. So he's influenced by Aratus, who's influenced by Orphic theology. Now, I just wanted to take this brief passage from Plato's Parmenides. So it's a dialogue. So I'll translate. So we begin, the first speaker says, so the hen, that is the one, right? Hen in Greek, what the one, or rather the on, so being, capital B, the pure upper ontological level, right, of the forms. Being is one, but is also in some sense many, is a whole, is a singular whole, but also many parts or components, is limited, but is also infinite or limitless in multiplicity. Does that seem right to you? Says Parmenides. And then the young Socrates says, yeah, that seems like about right to me. And then Parmenides, the elder, says, because in the story, Socrates is young at this point. Parmenides then says, therefore, given that the one is like limited, does that mean that it has like ultimate endpoints? And then young Socrates says, yes, necessarily. And then Parmenides says, what then? If this singular whole, does it not have a beginning and a middle and an end? Now, ding, ding, remember what we said earlier about, we've seen so many times in so many quotes of that Orphic hymn about Zeus being the beginning, the middle, and the end. Is it coincidental? Is it insignificant that that occurs right here in this text about theology and ontology by Plato? I don't think so. And I think that Plato knew that that quote came from Orpheus, as we're going to see shortly. At any rate, so Parmenides continues after that, the middle, the beginning, and the end. He says, if then the singular whole is such, can it be without these three? And if that is, the beginning, the middle, and the end, and if then the hen, the one, is like stands away from these others, can it still wish to be whole? And then Socrates says, no, it cannot wish to be whole if it steps away from that like triune division. And then Parmenides says, and so therefore it must appear that the one does indeed have a beginning, an end, and a middle. And then young Socrates says in response, yeah, I presume that it must have that. And then Parmenides says, and do we presume that the middle is equidistant from the ultimate extremities? For it could not truly be a middle if it were not so. And then young Socrates says, yeah, you're right. It couldn't really be a middle if it's not equidistant from the opposite extremities. You are correct. And then Parmenides says, therefore, if it were to have some kind of shape, it would seem that the one would partake of the of being, capital B, and that it would it be straight or round, or would it be some mix of the two? And he says, I think Socrates says in response, yeah, I think it would have to partake of them both. And then Parmenides says, and if it is so, does it not then have this same thing in itself and yet also exist in another? So remember, like the anima mundi of the Timaeus, how it's like has the same and the different. It's the same sort of thing here, right? Parmenides is like it's round and linear at the same time, and it's in itself and in the other. Like it's this reconciling of opposites, this coincidentia oppositorum, so to speak. And then Socrates is like, what? How can that be so? And then Parmenides says that in some sense, each of the parts in the singular whole is exists and is not outside of the whole. And then Socrates is like, yeah, that would seem so. Now, what's the point of all this complex, like metaphysical dialectic? I just want to point out, like, there should be alarm bells ringing. There's a lot of familiar stuff from the Orphic cosmology. The idea of all-containedness, the idea of sphericity, the idea of beginning, middle, and end. What I'm suggesting here is that the metaphysical speculation of the Platonic tradition is indebted to the motifs, symbols, and diction of Orphic poetry. To solidify my case now and really put the nail in the coffin, okay, we're going to turn to a quote from Plato's Laws, okay? So here at the top in Plato's work titled The Laws, we encounter this. And God, and I would say capital G here, and God, as the ancient discourse or logos tells us, he has within himself implied the beginning, the middle, and the end of all things that exist, and he governs, or rather, and he rotates around peri potewomenos. He rotates around and passes through the ends of the totality of all of nature, all of the natural world in a straight path. So again, we have like the straight line and the the round movement being reconciled, as we saw in Parmenides. But critically, we have that word peri potewomenos, the rotating spinning that I mentioned before. That's a key element, I would say, of the Orphic Godhead. And the fact that he doesn't expressly say, Plato doesn't say, as Orpheus says, he just says, according to the palaios logos, right? The old discourse, the old word or speech. But, I think he's pretty clearly quoting Orpheus here. And how do I know that? Well, with the scholastic tradition, we have ancient commentary appended to this portion of Plato that tells us this. I've extracted it here, the second paragraph. This is clearly the God who is the demiurge, and this palaios logos, this old discourse that being spoken of, is clearly Orphic. For he, Orpheus, said this, quote, Zeus is the beginning, the middle, from Zeus all things are constructed. He is the foundation of the earth and starry heaven, which is from the hymn to Orphic Zeus that we were assessing at the beginning of this video, right? So, wow, what do you know? There are ancient commentators who show us that Plato knew about Orpheus's poem about the all-encompassing divine Godhead Zeus, who's pregnant with the universe, from the Diveni Papyrus, and this idea that he is like a spherical, rotating, all-encompassing, like egg divinity, right? Wow. And then we also get further information from this same Scholiast. So after he gives us that quote, he says this, and the beginning, the arche, the first principle, this poet, i.e. Orpheus, calls the like poetic aition or poetic cause. The end, the teleoter, is the telic cause, that is the final cause or the ultimate purpose. And the middle is is mesa de hos ex ison. And the middle is this idea that on equidistant sides, he is like omnipresent. So that's just this idea that Parmenides, right, believed that the hen, the one, was spherical. And of course, the quality of the sphere geometrically is that it's like equidistant from the center, in order to be a proper symmetrical sphere. That is like incorporated here into the Orphic theological conception of Zeus as the middle. And then the text says, this is so even though he participates divergently in all things. So in other words, like there is a consistent, symmetrical, uniform, ever consistent singularity, even though there's participation in multiplicity, so to speak. And the text says, and furthermore, straightness according to justice is emphasized because the Platonic fragment, I didn't extract it here, but it also mentions that in his rotation, Zeus the Godhead is accompanied by DK, right, Lady Justice, who goes about in the same path straight through the whole universe. At any rate, the commentator, the scholiast, says about the straightness of justice, this is worthy, that it occurs without deviation, and it expresses through a single canon or rule that the Godhead revolves around eternally and is always eternally ever self-same, which is very Timaean language in referring to like the paradigm, who's the plenitude of the forms, who is always like stable and consistent. So there's this reconciliation of rotational cognition and movement, but also utter stillness and self-consistency. They're unified in the Godhead. And he says, the commentator says, and thus the periphora, the rotation, that is present in all sense-perceived things. So that's what I'm talking about by the Godhead is above the sense perception, is purely noetic, only perceived through the nous, through non-sense-based intellection, but the Godhead is also perceived through the senses in the multiplicity, both singular and noetic, also multifarious and sense-perceived, right? And noesis, remember, is non-sense-based cognitive perception. Okay. And then also, by coincidence, we have a little text here from Eusebius, his praises of Emperor/Saint Constantine, where he says, he is the one who is above all things, through all things, and in all seen things, and also goes about in the unseen things, namely the Logos of God. So there Eusebius is talking about Christ, the Logos, but he's talking about him in very Platonic terms, isn't he? Which isn't surprising. I mean, St. Justin Martyr describes the two bands of the world soul, the anima mundi, as being like cruciform, right, like that, and symbolizing like Christ as the Logos, which is pretty cool. And then I've just got some passages here on the right that I've extracted from various sources that show how the word periporewomenos, and that's the participle, or the verb periporeuetai, is used in like various theological contexts. So, and astronomical context. So we have Geminus of Rhodes, who wrote an introduction, an esagoge, to Aratus's phenomena. And there he says that the sun goes through the cycle of the zodiac in the time span of the year. Hence, this is the time of the year in which the sun, periporeuetai, like rotates through the zodiac cycle from one point back to the same point. And that is why the year is so many days. Okay. So again, remember how I said the year is like all containing, the Godhead is all containing. I think there is like implicitly a kind of identification between Zeus as the all encompassing, like circular heavenly Godhead, and time, chronos, divine time, capital T. Right. Then we get Iamblichus's Protrepticus, where it said that the soul, the greatest soul, i.e. the anima mundi, presumably, dwells with the gods and goes about periporeutai, the heaven, right? Rotates around the heaven, same concept. Then we got the Christian saint and mystic Saint Dionysius the Areopagite, one of the converts made by St. Paul atop Mount Areopagus. And remember, St. Paul quotes Aratus and quotes Orphic theology, so it's quite impressive here. Dionysius the Areopagite, in his tractate on like divine names, says, "From the good, capital G, and in the good and towards the good, in an undeviating evolution or path of unraveling, he, the Godhead, periporewomenos, right, like rotates in the self-same thing, i.e. in himself, and he goes forth eternally, remaining in himself, but also like replacing himself." So again, it's this concept of like ever rotating, being self-sufficient as the Godhead, always moving in rotational cognition, phora phronesis, but also, despite ever moving and rotating and all that, also remaining like self-same and steady at the same time. God is immanent in the physical sense-perceived world of multiplicity, but he's also far removed and detached and nonsense perceived in the purely noetic, singular outer world, the exocosm in which our endocosm is contained. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. Okay, so here you see an Uranian zodiac man, right? The constellations are superimposed on the correlating elements of anatomy. The idea is that, Cancer, the crab, spreads out like the thorax, the chest of man. Gemini, the two arms, twins. Pisces, the feet, because the feet swell sometimes with certain illnesses with water, like the fish. Scorpio, as you see there, well, self-explanatory. I don't need to tell you what that is, and so on. I just, aside from just liking those images, that relates to this idea of Zeus becoming pregnant with the all, and swallowing the archetypal animal that contains all noetic animals, and then becoming the ultimate visible animal that contains all visible animals, right? And then man is like a microcosmic analog of the divine macrocosm. Indeed, the word microcosm, its earliest usage that we're aware of, mikrokosmos, is found in Democritus, where he says, and I've got it there transliterated, the quote, in man who is a small cosmos, or mikros cosmos, right? So that's just the whole idea that man's anatomy and psyche is like an image of, a reflection of that of the the macrocosm of the divine, all-encompassing being. Now I've just got a little quote extracted here from Proclus's commentary on the Timaeus that is treating Orphic cosmogony. So all these holes with a W, all these holes, Zeus contained. He contained all these things monadistically and noerically, in accordance with the oracular promulgations of nukes of night, in order to arrange all of the encosmic things, i.e. all the things that are visible in the endocosm, they're encosmic as opposed to exocosmic, right, the noetic things. So he's birthing anew, having swallowed the all-encompassing noeric or noetic animal, is now birthing the encosmic, subnoetic, sublunar, visible, sense-perceived universe. So the gods and the sectors or divisions of the universe, the pan, and this is what he said. and Orpheus says that Nux, or Night, said this to Zeus when he made an inquiry about how he would become pregnant with Yule. Nux said, well, I think it's actually Zeus speaking to Nous, to be honest, despite the grammatical ambiguity there of the clause. At any rate, the quote is, "How will it be unto me that all things shall be one, and yet shall also be themselves, each themselves separately?" Question mark. And then that's what Zeus asks, and then Nux says to Zeus, right, so there's two speakers. Nux says, "You shall take," well, it's a commandment, right? "Seize all things and like wrap them around in the ineffable ether that is all about, in which heaven is in the middle, and in which boundless earth is present, in which the sea is present, and all the stars crown heaven, as a diadem, so to speak." Okay, so again, just an illustration of like this idea of Zeus becoming an all-containing divine macrocosm. It's quite nifty. Again, another zodiac man. Now notice these manuscripts of the zodiac man, even though they're medieval, notice how much, I think they're very much indebted to the Modena relief showing Protogonus-Phanes, right? I mean, look at that one there, that French, like high medieval, almost early modern manuscript. The egg-shaped zodiac, right? The zodiac man with the creatures arranged on him. I mean, that is almost identical to Protogonus-Phanes from the Modena relief, and I've provided a snippet there on the top right that has the zodiacal animal heads on his torso and so on. It's very much indebted, isn't it? Quite clearly. Now, I've got two quotes here from Proclus's commentary on the Timaeus. The first one says, of Zeus, Orphic Zeus, and so he, like gaping his mouth widely, he consumed the might of the firstborn Protogonos, Ericopaeus, who is the frame, the physical body frame of all things, and he held him, i.e. Zeus held him, Protogonus-Phanes, Ericopaeus, held him in his own belly, and mixed his power and might into his own members, or mixed the might and power of this god into his own members. And on account of this, with him, Zeus created all things within himself. So again, we already kind of know this, but I just want to make it super clear that according to Proclus, and as we saw in the Daveni Papyrus, Proclus is using here basically the same words of menos that we see in the Daveni Papyrus, right? It's very clear that it's not the genitals of heaven that are swallowed by Zeus. It's Protogonus-Phanes, who is also Eros, who is also Metis, who is also Ericopaeus, right? And who's also Nux, as this original Ur deity, this hermaphroditic being. Okay. So now we've got another portion here from the commentary of Proclus on the Timaeus. On account of this, he is the most whole animal, polykotaton, right? The most whole living creature, zdoion, animal. The theologian molds him in such a way that he, i.e. Orpheus, says Proclus, molds him, the ultimate godhead, the totally whole, perfect animal, that's Protogonus-Phanes, molds him to have and places upon him the heads of a ram, a bull, a lion, and a serpent, a dragon, drakon. And in him, this first being, this first animal, has a female and a male component. And then semicolon, quote, female and father generator, genetor, the powerful god Ericopaeus. Thus says the theologian. And he has wings, and he says many other things about him, and that he had his procession forth out of the firstborn egg, as is shown in this myth, that he is the first animal, and this maintains the analogism to what Timaeus is describing in his text with the demiurge and the paradigm. The egg is the spermatic cause of the animal, and that's where the animal received his spermatic cause from. And in this manner, there is a hidden cosmic order that is singularly, unitarily, that contains all of the noetic realm. And this animal, already divided, had everything that was within the egg. In the same way, God from thence brings forth the ineffable and inconceivable from the first causes into the visible, clear realm. So all that Proclus is simply saying there in very complex language is that the winged Protogonus-Phanes with all these animal heads arose out of the egg, and that is one and the same as the Timaean paradigm, which is this perfect all-containing animal, and that within the egg there is a singularity ontologically. Remember that I point out that there's a pun, on egg and on true being, capital B, right? And out of that egg proceeds a multiplicity of many animals contained in one singular animal that arose from one singular ultimate cause, the on, the being egg. Okay, and yeah, clearly the description there of the animal heads that Proclus gives us relate to the Modena relief that you can see there, and hence they're all zodiacal beasts. And the snake, as we're going to see in later sources, is indeed chronos, time, and time, that band of the zodiac, right, is conceived of as a snake with lots of animal heads on him. I mean, we'll get to the sources that describe that, but that's for another session. At any rate, I think now this is going to be the last source we're going to look at in this particular video. So let us first look at the paragraph that I've extracted on the top here, again from Proclus's commentary on the Timaeus. He says, the sphere is related to the demiurge, for he noetically or noerically contains all things within himself. Thus to the paradigm, from him or from it, the paradigm, first all things came forth. This is the progonic schema. This is the generative ancestral schema that was made manifest to the cosmos, and in him, capital H, is the hidden diakosmos, or cosmic order. According to the Arteresion, according to the frankly, I don't know how to translate that. I'm not even sure it's a word. It could be a manuscript corruption. I think it means tireless. I think it means enduring, unwearying, something like that, non-eroded. So maybe, according to the non-eroded cycle, that proceeds without wearying or being damaged. So that I think relates back to what we were talking about earlier about like, it's ever stable and self-consistent, but also perfectly rotating, something like that. And it continues to revolve eforetor, right? Again, that's that fora phronesis situation, according to the same taxis or order. And this is clearly visible in the perfect all-encompassing animal that like came forth according to a cycle that is ineffable and divine. And about this, about this divinity, the theologian said, this being resides primarily among the Noeric gods, the Noeric gods. So at any rate, all that is simply to say like more stuff about the Godhead being spherical and rotating in very complex language. In the bottom left-hand corner, there is a scholium from Simplicius's commentary on the physics of Aristotle, where he says that the on, that is capital B being of Plato, at the highest ontological stratum of the forms, the ideas, the on of Plato and the Orphic oion, egg, are one and the same thing. So that's what I mentioned earlier, but there's a primary source for that. And then we've also got here on the bottom right an extract from the questions and answers pertaining to the first principles, i.e. Damascius's commentary on Plato's Parmenides, which, when recall, we saw that dialectic portion of the Parmenides. It had all this commentary on like the equidistant middle of the sphere and like rotation and lines, and connecting that to that Orphic poetic fragment about Zeus is the beginning, the middle, and the end, and the fact that he's peripoteowomenos, that he's ever rotating, if you remember that, right? So this isn't just a case of like Platonic and Parmenidean and Empedoclean thought influencing later Orphic mythic poetry, but rather it's a case of, I would suggest, these ideas were actually present in Orphic poetry, and that the pre-Socratic philosophers and Plato are indebted to Orphic poetry, which is not accepted in modernity because people think that these poetic quotes that are being provided in these kind of late antique philosophical sources are like later manufacturings that are influenced by philosophy. But I don't know. I think if you look deep into Proto-Indo-European macroanthropic cosmogony, there's reason to believe that no, philosophy is a product of religion rather than religion bowing down to philosophy. But I mean, whatever. I don't really care that much about what you believe, right? Do as you will. That's just my position. At any rate, looking at this fragment here, Damascius says, and Orpheus says, quote, and after this, the great time, with a capital T, chronos with a CH, crafted, etelxe, crafted through or with the divine ether, a silver egg, or clear shining egg, and then Damascius comments on that line, which is a verbatim quote from Orpheus. Damascius says, the fact that he uses that verb etelxe, right, crafted, demiurgically, artisanally made, that clearly describes something technical, something artisanal, says Damascius, and not a birthing, a genema. So it's a demiurgic or an artisanal product, not something that's born, the egg, even though it's an egg. So again, this is something I commented on a lot in my Timaeus talks, the strange paradox of like an egg that's crafted artisanally and not biologically begotten. There is this like subtext of paradox and contrast between like birthing biologically and artisanally crafting in the Timaean and, I would say, Orphic traditions. At any rate, so that's what Damascus says. It is a technical product and not a birthing. And yet it's totally mixed to some degree out of the two, being both a product of hule, that is matter, materia, which literally in Greek hule means wood, as does materia in Latin, and also of form, or idea, eidos, and is like an analogical combination of the two. So remember how I said like the ethereal element earlier? I just randomly opined on my own authority that the quintessential first element, ether, out of which the sublunar elements stem, is like an intermediary substance between the purely noetic, like onta or forms of the paradigm or of Protogonus-Phanes, and on the one hand, and like the sublunar world of multiplicity that is sense perceived and visible, the gignomena, becoming as opposed to being, to use the Platonic ontological and epistemological terms. Well, notice that over here, Damascus is saying that the egg that Kronos crafted, out of which Protogonus-Phanes is going to arise, mixes like essentially being and becoming, or the terms he uses, matter and form. Even though matter is like an Aristotelian term, and Damascus is writing in 600 AD, I still think that's really neat, and it shows the kind of ontological complexity of Orphism. At any rate, that's enough for today. We'll wrap up this session. Things are only just getting started. Next time we're going to be looking, we've done enough with the late antique philosophical sources in this session. Next time we're going to be looking at going back to the classical period and looking at looking at Euripides, the tragedian, and how he preserves a lot of Orphic cosmology, which we got a taste of earlier when I mentioned Melanippe the Wise and the whole concept of the universe being one form, morphe mia, as we saw in Apollonius's Argonautica. That's egg-like splitting. But we're going to be diving into a lot more from Euripides and other sources next time. So see you then.